Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are in the country and in the world. You should be watching us live. It's a lot more fun, but if not, you can catch us on the replay. If you're watching on YouTube, click on the like and subscribe button, and then you'll get notified when we go live. The view count's ticking up, and I suspect that one of our channels might be a little bit broken because we've got a slight dip on one of the channels, which tends to indicate that something's not right. Why is my camera going blurry? Stop it. Uh, so we have a very full set of sessions today. The first one is nearly 2 hours long, and then there's a live conversation with them after that. Ian from Australia, Ian B from Australia, and Ian B from Texas, originally London. But hello, Ian, and Japan as well. Thank you. That's really fantastic. We have quite a lot of people in Japan. We have an office in Japan, and it's a very active office. We've got all sorts of people from Sweden and things like that. I don't have a lot of time right now to say hi to everybody, but we'll talk about the agenda in a second and what's going on. Hello, Francis. Francis is always there, and so's Patrick and JP and Lewisburg and Atascadero, California. Fantastic. Atascadero. Am I saying that right? Yes, I am. Yeah. Oh, what a fantastic name. You get a lot of unusual names in the United States, and that's one that I've not come across before. And Peter, hello, Pete, friend of mine. Hi from Essex. You're not even an Essex boy, though, if I remember correctly. So you're obviously amongst the locals. Good luck, mate. Yeah, and Brazil. Dinos, how you doing? Yeah, he's very good at MVP, very active as well, and a guy with I think it's him that's got the tattoo as well, and the Netherlands again, and it's 1 a.m. in Japan. Good grief. Well, wow. Thank you for making the effort to stay up or wake up. I don't know what happened, but Ohio, and thank you for joining us. I appreciate it. Let's very quickly go. I will come back to people later because what we've got today is, let me see where my overlay is. So this is the schedule for today, and the first session is 2 hours long. It's a very interesting session from Dew Research, and they are very active on our forums and things like that under various guises. And it's all about using AI for science and engineering programming. It's a very long video, captioned as well, but great stuff from them. And then we were going to have a session at 12 p.m. or noon from Giulio Marchetti. I don't know why, but we can't get hold of him. I don't know whether we scared him off or what, but Giulio Mar, I'll fit you in another time if you've got your session ready, but we've tried contacting you and we really can't. So the good news is, for those that are watching, we're going to replace that session with a giveaway. We're actually going to manage to get the giveaway, and what's quite interesting today as well about the giveaway is we have another person has entered the arena. So to use the Mortal Kombat terminology from behind me, and Gnostis, who has the most difficult name to remember how to spell and say, but they have some really great products. Now, more details on their products when I do the giveaway, but they have also joined in the very generous DevArt giveaway, and Paganza are giving away some licenses. And Mitoff is basically giving away a massive haul of stuff. So many good things in Mitoff's lineup as well. But DevArt has got their Unidac. Paganza have got Pascal Analyzer, and another product which I forget what it is off the top of my head. I'm sleep deprived as usual. And Gnostis have got some very good software as well. That's going to be in the giveaway at 12 noon today. The way that we're going to do it is, as I've said before, the only way I've got of being able to get hold of people, because we don't want to store your details, is for you to go to coderage.embarcadero.com and register. we are it won't improve your chances today, but we take it as of the first thing this morning. So I get a notification of all the people that have registered, their email addresses and um, their locations. And as of this morning, those are the people that I'll pick to put into the random generator. I'm going to use Google's online random range generator. That's the fairest thing I can think of to pick a random number, because I can't influence how Google's system works. And Google being Google, they've made sure it's as random as it possibly can be. We will give it a range of the people that are on that registration sheet as of this morning when I received it. And I won't show your email addresses on screen, don't worry, but I will show you names, and then we will email the winners. And that's how we're going to do it. So if you haven't registered, if you're watching us live on YouTube and you want to take part in that giveaway, can you register at coderage.embarcadero.com? We need your actual name and your email address. Otherwise, we can't literally send you the product. We can't give it to anybody where it's legally prevented. So there are some regional rules about giveaways. It's not us that's giving away the product. It is the tech partners themselves. So Devart, Paganza, Mitov, and Nostish. So if we are legally prevented from doing that, then I'm afraid there's nothing we can do. We can't break the law. And also, by the way, someone said, can they enter more than once? I will pick from the list every day that I do a drawing. It will be from the names of the people that are registered. If you win once, then we won't put your name in the hat again. We'll keep a list of who's been picked, because I don't think it's fair if we just give like one person, let's say they win 6 times or something. It's not right. For the best possible fairness, I think it's better to just give something away to each person that I pick. But we've got a lot, and so we're going to do that at 12 noon today. We will. The first session is going to run into that a bit, but after the first session's finished and Due Research has done their live Q&A, we will then do that giveaway. We've got plenty of time because, like I say, unfortunately, Julia Marr dropped out, and so I've got an hour to do it. So don't worry, we are going to do at least some of the giveaway today. We probably won't give away everything today, but we'll certainly give away some things today. After the giveaway, on time at 1 p.m. US Central Time, 7 p.m. UTC/GMT, will be the very popular and wonderful Ray Kopka. And I noticed, Ray, I'm so sorry, someone spoke your name wrong. This happens, but Ray's name actually only has 1 P in it. So I'll get that corrected for the next time I show the sheet, because Ray will come and shout at me. Ray, people misspell my name all the time. I've been called Parker multiple times, but I apologize, Ray, for spelling your name wrong. Ray Kopka, creating a branded kiosk with FMX styles. He is the master of styles. He's a great component developer anyway. If you've used any of Ray's components, and they are available in Get It as well, he's a really good component developer. Pretty much wrote the book on component development, actually. So a session not to miss. At 2 p.m., we are having a session from the brilliant Eric Berger from Gorilla 3D. It's a marvelous project, Gorilla 3D. If you've never seen it before, yes, and Patrick's already pointed out that we have a typo in Ray's name. Yes, I'm sorry, I didn't spot it in the graphic. We will get it fixed. But Gorilla 3D, very interesting games development software, but you can use it in your other applications. It's very easy to use as well, and it can add some real zip to your FireMonkey projects. And this project, this session today at 2 p.m. is all about how to do that. And then at 3 p.m., a session from the wonderful Dion Mai, who's got 4 sessions throughout CodeRage in the next 2 weeks. But this is session number 2 from Dion Mai. And let's automate processes with AI, apply AI on your behalf. You couldn't possibly say that we haven't covered AI yet, because there's a lot of stuff going on with AI. It's a big hot topic. So there you go. And apparently no snow in the Olympic city of Lillehammer. Whoa, that's weird. In the middle of December and there's no snow in Lillehammer? That's worrying, isn't it? Oh, well, maybe he moved a little bit closer to the sun and didn't notice. It's certainly not warm here in Dallas. Okay, so that is today's lineup. And Ray, I will correct the spelling of your name. I apologize profusely, and I'll do it again when I see him. So let's go back to my screen here and hide my shame of the name being spelled incorrectly. It's not my fault, by the way. I just copied and pasted it. I should have noticed. So we're going to start off with the first session this morning. It's from Due Research. It's 2 hours long. So I will see you in 2 hours time. And then after this first session, we're going to be doing the giveaway. So if you've got some friends, you know, who should be joining, you know, prod them and say, hey, it's time to watch at noon today. But stick around for Due Research's video because it's very, very good. And don't forget, CodeRage.embarcadero.com. Someone said I complained about the number of AI sessions. Actually, we've only got a third of our sessions are AI, but all of Microsoft's conferences now seem to be only about AI. Yeah, well, we went for. I didn't really instruct people what they could talk about in their sessions. I gave them some ideas for the ones that asked, but you know, we've probably got at least a third are AI, but that means 2/3 are not AI. We've got everything from computer science topics to Delphi focused topics, C++ topics, general computer science topics. There's some great ones coming up actually as well, and component use and styles and all the other things as well. So all good. Let's start off with Due Research's session, and I'll see you in a couple of hours' time at noon or 12 p.m. So in 2 hours' time from now, for the giveaway. See you soon.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to the next session. We will be presenting our work, how we have been serving the scientific community for 25 years, and new features. So let's start with overview of what we are doing. Then we will highlight some recently introduced features and some practical methods to boost productivity with AI, and finally discussion and questions. So we have been developing libraries for science and engineering for 25 years. They target Delphi, C++, Builder, .NET Framework, and .NET Core. We support VCL, FMX, WinForms, and .NET Standard. We have hardware acceleration on Windows, Red Hat Linux, macOS, and iOS. Our libraries are running on mobile devices for iOS and Android. They are compatible with consistent API across all platforms, frameworks, languages, and operating systems. And finally, there is also an optional self-contained core edition with no external dependencies on any platform, and this core edition is available in all languages. So we have three key products. One is the high-performance numerical library. Then we have digital signal processing toolkit, which is an add-on for MTexVec. And finally, we have statistics for MTexVec, which is comprehensive statistical library. We also offer products which enhance the process of development, so developing software, and the quality of developed software, so you can achieve massive performance gains on CPUs alone immediately. Let's say with the small finger you can achieve 10-time improvement, but if you put in a little bit effort you can achieve 100 times, and if you really want to go all the way, even 1000 times is possible, but this all is without requiring a GPU. It's not necessary, but we also have an interface for that. Then another thing is the advanced debugger visualizer, which supports rapid development and validation of complex scientific algorithms. We are going to look very much into the details of what the new features are, because I think the developers today cost a lot, and every cent how you can increase their productivity has a big return on investment. And finally, our products offer excellent code and knowledge reuse across platforms and languages, so you can develop on Windows and then deploy to Linux or mobile, and switch seamlessly between Delphi, C++, and C#. And of course, I have to say, the best debugging experience is with Delphi, and then you can deploy the same logic to C++ or .NET with AI assisted conversion. So maybe some will be surprised with this assessment, but later once you can see how the debugger visualizer is working with the Delphi, then maybe you get a better idea why. So who are our customers? We have many independent software vendors which are really leading their their market, their industry, they have the best or the fastest or something software. Then you have academic institutions, universities and research centers, financial organizations, major banks, and of course different manufacturing across diverse industries. Yes, and before we start, all code and demo used in this presentation is available on GitHub. This of course applies to everything that we don't generate with AI on the fly. And the trial versions of our products can be downloaded from the download site. You can download there the trial versions from Delphi, from C++ Builder, for all the target platforms, and including for .NET. And as a small interesting feature, we will also compare latest Delphi with the latest .NET. So let's see what is next. New features introduced recently. This is the first thing to study for today before we start with the AI. And the key feature is called compound expressions. Here the example already tells why you say, but yes, of course the combined expression can be faster than calling two in a sequence, but this is not so obvious. This is only true mostly for multiplication and additions, where you can perform multiple operations on the CPU while waiting for the memory, even cache level 1, to respond. And this allows some designs and new concepts in algorithm development which are different from before and allow new advancements. And finally, we will check the debugger visualization enhancements. Then we have threading library improvements and also something called small matrix multiplication, how you can speed up the multiplication of matrices which are only 2 by 2 or 3 by 3. This is especially interesting for graphics processing. These are compound expressions. Compound expressions are interesting because they allow a different perspective on the design of algorithms which we want to accelerate. Specifically, we can see here is the speed of the compound expression, and here is the speed of the expression, which is also, let's say, not just one simple addition, but this is simpler. And the levels of the blue bars across all the different expressions are more or less the same. However, the orange bars are fluctuating a lot. So of course the idea is that if you take a more complex expression and you do not put so much load on the memory bus on the level 1 cache, then the execution will be faster, because you can store some variables into the registers of the CPU. But important is a different perspective, namely that if you have to compute this in any case, then computing something more is not more expensive. Or computing something like this is not more expensive than this simplistic expression. We can see that sometimes the sequenced expressions which are where we first compute x plus y and then y plus z as vectors, and not all together in one loop, but in two separate consecutive loops, that sometimes this sequence is faster, but this is because IPP on Intel, this Intel IPP library, is using some tricks to make it run even faster. But if we would go to AMD, for example, then this advantage of the blue bars would be much more pronounced. Now, to get back to the main point, so what is the main thing? Main thing is the more math we can join into a single math call, the more we save, the faster the code will run. So if we have just one function which does this expression, the speed of execution will be the same as a more simplistic variant. Now this goes even further. For example, we could have an expression which is this complex, and we would add a summation so that the result would be summed up, for example, and this would also take the same amount of time as a much more simple expression. And what is the reason? Of course, the reason is that the bottleneck for simplistic math operations like multiplication, addition, division, and subtraction is usually the memory bandwidth. So the CPU is not saturated, but it is running half empty. This is only true if we are using the AVX instructions, AVX2 and especially AVX 512. Now here we have an example of saturation math. The saturation math is in this case all the time using the 64-bit storage to apply the saturation, and what is bigger than this, it will simply cause an overflow and an error. But still there is this extra buffer which allows us to perform the extra which provides us the extra protection. And the interesting thing is that we can do this saturation math without slowing down the computation of simplistic expressions, because there is so much empty empty space in the CPU which is waiting for the memory to provide the variables, so that in the meantime, while the CPU is working to get the memory from level 1 cache, this is the highest level of cache, which is still not fast enough to feed the CPU. In the meantime, we can do a lot of extra math. Now this is interesting when we design the algorithms, because we can potentially squeeze some math into that what already needs to be computed, and then we add something else just on the side which we will need later. And this can then result in algorithms which are let's say, which are not based on the idea, yes, here we do 1 plus, and then we have 2 times plus, and then we have 3 multiplications and so on, but it's based on the idea that some of those multiplications and additions can in fact run in parallel at no extra cost. This allows us then to derive algorithms, modern algorithms, which rise to new heights in terms of performance. Here we have only 6 examples of these expressions, but in fact we added to the library many hundreds of different variants which are available for integers, for small integers, for byte, for complex numbers, and for double precision, and of course single precision variants of both. So it's basically a very huge chunk of overloads, which makes sense to use if you want to squeeze the last piece of juice out of the CPU. So much for the compound expressions. Here we are back to our next example. This is now about multiplying small matrices. Multiplying small matrices is a computational challenge, because ideally you would want to completely inline the entire kernel which is doing the multiplication, because the code is so short. But this conflicts the other requirements where you want the code to be easily usable and where you want to have some protection against memory overrides and access violations, range checking basically. So Intel developed a specialized solution, and we are going to have a look at the performance of this solution. They are providing a JIT compiler which generates code depending on the desired matrix size on the fly. So of course this code generation takes some time. You need to set up pass the parameters what you would like to have, and then the kernel is generated, and this kernel can then execute at higher speeds than otherwise. So if we run these examples, we are using here multiple variants of the API, because the overhead of calling these functions can be very different. This red line here, this is the speed of the default the BLAS level 3 function DGEMM, and you can see that at the size 32 times 32 we start using the JITed matrix multiplication, and we have several variants of the API how we interface this JITed code. The green line represents the speed of the Delphi base matrix multiplication. And if we go to the very smallest size of the matrix, we are comparing only square matrices. We can see that the Delphi code is still more than 10 times slower for such small matrix size, but there are multiple different variants which we implemented how you call this cheated code provided by Intel. This yellow line, which is fastest, this is basically just a simple array, one-dimensional array, or three one-dimensional arrays passed to the external routine, which are passed as const, so there is really nearly no additional processing related to this passing, but you lose, of course, the range checking and other niceties of passing the arrays, because this is neither two-dimensional nor any other information associated with that. Unfortunately, this performance is not available on AMD CPUs. The AMD will fall back to this. Why Intel decided for that, I don't know. If this JIT compiler is really so sensitive to Intel only instructions, I guess not, so there might be some other reasons why they did it like this, but the advantages are really considerable. Okay, and here we are at our next topic, which is the debugger visualizer. Debugger visualizer is something which we have been offering since 2008 or 2009, so it's already 15 years since its first introduction. It went through a lot of, let's say, birth problems, because there are many features which are really pushing the debugger to its limits, and finding the methods and ways how to work around those limitations took a lot of time. And we will now have a look at what this debugger can do. Some of the features, some I will show from the manual, some now in real time, and we will see what we get. So we set a breakpoint. When we get to the breakpoint, we have the possibility to examine the content. This is the standard feature of the visualizers. In this case, we get a window. On this window, we have, of course, the grid. Then we have the chart. Then we have, depending if this is a matrix, we can also show pieces of the matrix as lines, and this number of lines is limited to 10. So regardless of the size of the matrix, you can always show the entire matrix, the entire data. So if you use F8, you can see that it goes through smoothly. So even if this would be something like, I don't know, 10 megabytes or 100 megabytes, it would still work smooth. And the data representation here, as you can see, is with the chart or without, but we have also the option to apply processing onto the expression. So if we want to see only first two values, we will write something like this. And there are many different types which we can map into this. This includes also strings and string lists. And it's also possible to map variables like double and simple string. And the difference in compared to the normal debugger Debugger watches is that you actually get to see the entire string length, not just the truncated variant, and the entire string list, no matter how long the strings. And you can copy out those strings during the debugger, and it works in real time. Now, if we want to add values to this debugger visualizer, we can open multiple windows, but all windows share the same variables, but you can have different views in every window. And one way is how to see the visualizer we saw before. This is possible, for example, by going over the variable, but for the doubles and for the strings, there is no visualizer support displayed or something which you could add, because there is no such feature in the debugger. In this case, you can go to the run menu, and here you can see two additional commands. And one command is going to view the value, show the grid, and the other command is going to draw it. So if we would now be on the string and we press draw, we get a new window displayed, but the chart is empty. So if we go to the grid, there is also nothing visible, but if you double click the string in the table of variables, we get to see its contents. To switch between different views, we just double click the variable. Now we get to see the array, and to see the string, double click the string. Now every variable we already saw we have two views. We have grid view, we have string view, and we have chart view. But the chart view we can manipulate, and also the grid view we can manipulate. Now there are different ways what we can do with the variables. We saw before we can apply an expression. We can also apply a script, which is a series of expressions, and this script is evaluated each time we press F8 or step through the debugger. And one other option which is also available is simple command line. So if we would write here A, we get this printed out, and we would want to transpose A into matrix. The vectors are by default are rows, and when we transpose a row, we get a column in the matrix. So if we would want to concatenate two columns, we would do like this. Now, how do we know which expressions are possible? For this, we have a PDF doc, and in this document we explain all kinds of expressions and how you can manage this script and so on. And of course, you can also feed this document to the AI, and then if you have a question how to solve a specific problem, how to get specific expression, have a good chances that the AI is going to give you functional answer. This document is included together with our trial versions and is also available from our website. As I mentioned before, we can have also string lists, and we can add from the run menu, or we can directly press this shortcut, and this keyboard shortcut is really very useful for adding. And we should not forget we can also type the name of the variable directly into the expression line. And here now we see below that this is a string list, that the name in the string list is going to be the same as the variable name. Sometimes if this contains complicated expressions like dots or typecasts and so on, this name will replace the dots with underscores and try to make something which the scripting engine is able to digest. If we would now step through the code, we can see that the string list is updating, and here we can copy out the string list, or we can make a sub-selection of lines and just copy the selection of lines. As I mentioned before, these lines are of arbitrary length. So if they're 100 megabytes, this is what you're going to copy out. Another thing which is useful is that if you would want to have, let's say, the variable of double included into the expression, you would write this or use the shortcut, and then you can write the expression and use this variable in the expression while you are stepping through the code. This list is saved into my documents or into the Windows Documents folder under the folder Do Research, and if ever something gets complicated or buggy or messed up because the settings are stored per project, you just delete that whole project, or you can start with the simple solution, clear all, and also clear all local variables which are local to script. Now, to preserve the values between runs, you can copy the value into a global variable. And this global variable is going to persist between runs and be usable also later in the debugging session. In order to make this debugger usable, there were several problems that had to be solved. One problem was the performance, and one other thing which is also very important is how do you handle the dangling pointers. Now, the dangling pointers are those variables, those pointers which no longer point to a valid address, and evaluation of which is going to cause spurious bugs, crashes, because the data there is no longer representative of what it should be. Now, some types, most frequently used types that we use for our library, which are vector, matrix, they have built-in support for dangling pointers. This means the debugger visualizer will always know if the pointer is valid or not. This significantly improves the stability in let's say, complex debugging scenarios, but of course the debugging section can get sometimes very, very demanding, and there are of course limits to this debugger visualizer, also how much it can handle. Also, usually the debugger will fail sooner than this service. Then one important feature is also that when you debug into your routines, and you have to step deep down into the call stack, the names of the variables change, and you would, let's say, you want to keep just that that one variable always visible even if you step into the function. And in this case, if we would pin this variable and if we step into the function, and we see now we have a C value, and now we're going to change the C value, and we see that the variable A has changed because it corrected the original name that was given based on the address of the original variable. So if you have very deep call stack, where sometimes you have to use typecasts, sometimes you use complex expressions, and the debugger may fail to actually evaluate the expression you want to see, the expression you want, then you can use pinning, and with the help of address, directly obtain the value regardless of how complicated the expression can be. Yes, and here is an example. If we would have this, what happens if the variable is nil? Well, we have now added the array. So this array is pointing to the content of the variable A, and once we would set it to nil, this would not nil the variable, it would just nil the reference to the internal data. And as you can see, the result is now undefined. It did not crash. One other interesting feature which I wanted to demonstrate here is the ability for logging. So logging means that we would see the values appended to the vector. So if we say now that this is the value of we should create a vector now, and we have here, so this is not a debugger variable, this is now just a local script variable, and this variable now became a vector, and we're going to be appending the value of AC re to the vector R. And this is interesting when you set a specific debugging point, and then this value is always different, and you can collect those values as they were during your debugging section for post-debugging analysis. The script allows you to also export, and you can also copy here just the values out of this, and even if you want to see the double variable, just double click and say copy the whole thing out. Now there is more to this, and specifically I want to show you the user's manual. So what we have prepared for for this debugger visualizer so that we don't leave something out. And here we have how to install. So we have a registered version. You must not leave out the teacher package, but it's only available in the registered version. There is no trial version of the debugger visualizer. And some examples how you can launch, what you can see, then all the options which you can select, and that you can have multiple windows and you can dock them side by side into the IDE, that you can enter the variables, that you can evaluate very complex expression in this field. It does not have to be a simple name, but of course in this case you will need to probably rename the variable, which is also possible. And the advantage of pinning the variables, and how the dangling pointers protection is active, for example, for which types. And with other types you need to be careful that you're not debugging in situations where this protection is not present, because chances are your debugging session will just fall apart. So we can see that even the string and double and single are all pinnable variables, and including the complex types, but arrays are not yet, although the possibility exists. And here we have the global variables, and we can also have the local variables which are used by the scripting. You can see how the complex numbers are being displayed, and also here that you see from the value of the vector immediately that this is complex value. Where the data or the visualizer persists, it's in your documents folder, it's your research visualizer and your project name. So if something just gets locked up, you just delete this project name folder and you are up and running again. And there are of course many options how to format the data and how to define the weight of the columns and so on. This many people ask me what is 0 minus RE and what is 0 minus IM. It is a complex number which is split into its real and imaginary components, displayed each in its own column. And here is how it looks when the scientific format is used. We can specify custom format and the column weight, of course. We went to great lengths this year to make column weight be computed automatically. So if you have like 1,000,000 values, even if 1,000 values, and you always want to have the right presentation, it's not such an easy job. Yes, how you can copy values, how you can select, and charting value. Yes, indeed, it's even possible to control the x-axis step and offset, so that the step between values and the value at which it starts. And additionally, it's also possible to explicitly specify at the x-axis points how to draw the chart. And here we can see what we can get to see with matrices. You can have a color grid display, or you can have a line display. This line is going to show first up to 10 rows or up to first 10 columns. And in this way, this is really useful feature, especially if you want to show multiple lines on the chart, because there is no other way currently to show multiple lines except if there are rows or columns in the same matrix. So if you want to show multiple columns or multiple series, you need to concatenate together into a matrix, and I have shown previously how this is done. I have to say that this feature, for example, here is very clean syntax, which even .NET is trying to reproduce, but after so many years it still has trouble to really allowing such a clean design. Here we say to draw 3 vectors, you concatenate them together into 3 rows, and then C becomes the matrix. Here we have a few expressions what you can use on the variables. You can use summation, minimum, maximum, first value, second value, arrange 3 elements starting at the second, and all elements starting at the third, get vector length, initialize with 3 elements, prepend value, append. The append we were looking because we were using this for logging before, and we can also take 2 vectors and append a value, and then do FFT like frequency spectrum, and for matrices, of course, many more features, not excluding the least square linear solver and the eigenvalues and various other combinations of creating, assigning, and rotating and whatnot doing with the matrices. The complete list of features you can get by command and type help. You get a long list of functions and all the operators. And if you want to clear the screen, you write CLS. Yes, the comprehensive feature list of these expressions is in that document which I mentioned before, which is dealing with the expressions. And here below we can see some examples what you can do with strings. So if str is a string, we can get first element. This is important. So all the arrays, vectors, matrices are 0-based indexes, including strings in these expressions. We can get a substring. We can concatenate a string and a number without special conversion. We just add empty space in between and we get the string concatenated with the number converted to string. We can form a list of strings, not just one string concatenated together. And we can obtain a sublist of strings. And of course individual strings from the string list, and concatenate together more string lists. And the final and the most important question is how to get the AI chat to know the syntax and to know how to do features, how to use the debugger visualizer. Especially the scripting engine and the expression evaluator are very powerful, but if you don't know how to use, or you have to spend a lot of time to study, well, it's a problem. And here is a short template how you can get up to speed really fast. I have here an example. So there are 2 documents which are available from our website, and you write a short instruction what they want to do. This itself is not yet sufficient. There is one other thing. You go to the command and you type the help, and this will print out all the functions and operators available locally. Press Ctrl and A to select everything, Ctrl and C and copy, and then please study also these functions. Provide by the scripting engine. So let's try it out. For example, give me an example of give me a summary of the use of So in my case here, it didn't immediately catch this up. So you might wanna check the behavior for this and also for ranges. And once you get the these brackets working correctly, you should be up and running very quickly with this. It's really useful. Now we're gonna have a look at the threading library improvements. Okay, so here is our demo project. It's called D37. It's meant for Red Studio 13, and here is the loop which we are threading. So we will run this now. And here is the project which we started right now. First we're going to have a little look around, and then we are going to compare a few variants of this project. First of all, when we start the demo, we can see what is the hardware topology, how many cores are detected, what is the size of the cache, who is the CPU maker, how many threads are going to be used by the threading library, by the caching systems, by the individual hardware acceleration libraries. If the single precision is present, is double precision acceleration is present, and what is the size of the blocks for block processing, and of course also the available CPU instructions. This is useful when running on different platforms to see if the correct topology is detected by the library when starting up. If it starts up on Linux, on Mac OS, or Windows, or some smartphone. So if we now continue to the demo which we want to run, this looks like this, and if we press benchmark, which we are not pressing on this instance because the benchmark must run outside of the IDE, otherwise the threading is not functioning. Okay, so here we have them. These are results from 2.22 and version 6.1, which is 3 years old. And this is the printout of what we get, and we should focus on the improvements which we are getting historically, where we were 3 years ago and what is happening today. These are the current demos, and both is the 64-bit version of the Delphi. When running the pure Pascal code, there is no difference between both versions. When running on one CPU core with accelerated library, we can see that the new version has slight advantage, and this slight advantage is then present all throughout the results. We ran here the benchmark 3 times so that we have some idea about repeatability. When we are using expressions, this means that we use the manage records to compute mathematical expressions. This is nicer to watch and to use because we don't have to worry about the memory allocation, but it's also a little slower. So if we take manual control of the blocks, then there is some performance advantage. And if we put even more effort into making the code look nice and fast, there is an advantage of nearly 2 times. Now, if we try to thread any code, we have to have the right setup. So if we start with this, maybe it will run slower than the one CPU core. So the design has to be meaningful. Once we do that, we get the first real improvement, which is 0.25 seconds. And here below we have different variants. One is our private threading library, which is using anonymous method, and the other variant which is without anonymous method, and all is compared to T-parallel 4. What we can see from this is that our library still manages to be faster than T-parallel 4, and this advantage is consistent for several runs. If we compare this to the 3-year-old version, the primary difference is that we achieve about 30% improvement over the old version, and the reason is that now we are using the hyper-threaded number of threads. So if the CPU has 8 cores, we would use, and all of them are hyper-threaded, we will use 16 threads. The old version, there was no improvement possible, but now this possibility is present. And if we compute the performance ratio between where we get one core, this is 1.67, and we divide this with 0.17, the multi-threading factor is 10.3 for an 8-core CPU. So this is the, let's say, every man's dream of how you want the threading to work. And the result is very good. And if we want to compute the actual performance improvement from the not accelerated code to the actually threaded one, we can compute from 34. Right? We get an improvement factor of 200 approximately, and this is combined effect of code vectorization, block processing, and multi-threading. And now to show you something interesting, as we mentioned before in the introduction, the library is available also for .NET and the entire .NET ecosystem. And here on the side we have the same demo running the same code with the same library and with the same setup, but the backend is .NET 9 compiled in the release mode with all the bells and whistles. We can see that there is some advantage when running the unaccelerated code. So .NET here is faster. Then as soon as we go to the expressions, where we have like a plus So maybe best I show you one example how this looks. What it means to have expressions. So here is, for example, block processing with expressions. We have vector specified. Vector doesn't have to be created, and we are using expressions internally. And here is one more example. This is without expressions, but also vector. Yes, this is the real deal, because also the res is being assigned. This is where most of the memory allocation is actually happening. And in .NET, the garbage collector will continuously allocate new and new memory, and in Delphi this can be optimized so that the res all the time retains the same memory allocation, and this is friendly to CPU cache, and that's why this runs faster. So we explained this number, why this is more. Then if we go to code, this I don't know why it is, but if you compare the next line, they are very close. 1.93 and 1.67. And then we start to get into the threaded section. So if we just put the loop directly on, let's say, improvise the multi-threading, then we get in Delphi we get these results, and in .NET we get a better result also because we are starting with a better number. If we start to do the threading properly, we get results which are much closer. So .NET here is not as good, but it can get pretty darn close to the anonymous method variant and to the tparallel.4 in Delphi. But still we maintain in Delphi the advantage of our own private threaded library, which has an additional 30% improvement. This here is hard to explain because the only difference between this line and this line is in the use of the anonymous method. And why does in this case the anonymous method, which is of course used also by tparallel4, result in so much, let's say, negative effect is hard to say, but if we don't use anonymous methods, the improvement is considerable. Now, why do we use a private library? So that we can have the same API and we can multi-thread the code across multiple platforms. So we can use this on C++, we can use it in Delphi, and we can use it also in .NET. Okay, so this would be an explanation for the improvements in the multi-threading world. The key point is we have an additional 30% improvement for multi-threading. It is now possible to use hyper-threaded threads also, and there is a marginal improvement in the execution itself, which is estimated at about 10%. And here we are with methods for boosting your productivity with AI. How to achieve automatic code vectorization and multi-threading with AI chats. So ideally you would take your procedure, you would pass it into chat, you would say, now do the best you can with this code and give me back something which runs 200 times faster. And we are actually going to demonstrate how you can take an off-the-shelf procedure, put it into the chat, and the chat is going to produce this code which you can just paste into Delphi, and it's going to measure and verify and benchmark and show it that it really does run 200 times or something close faster. So our next topic is how to use AI to paste into the chat an algorithm of our choice and then get it run 100 times or 200 times, just way out faster than what was running until now. Some people will say, yes, but you know, this is only possible with very specific types of algorithms. Yes, we are talking here about computational mathematics, numerical mathematics. So it's about computing. It's not so much about searching or databases. And yes, let's start. So we have, as you know, the ChatGPT has recently introduced its version 5. This version 5 is considerably more capable than before. And some things which just a few months before were not possible, they are in fact possible. For the start, I would like to show you some introduction to the how to get the chat up to speed. So we have a page on our website where we explain shortly what we are using, how this can be done, and then list a number of documents which can be attached to the or uploaded to the chat, which the chat can then use for its construction of code. So we have one, let's say one very long document where we explain all the syntax, all the behavior, and so on, and even give very short summaries of what individual methods do and what parameters are possible. And also some different kinds of behaviors, how to optimize the code, how to pass parameters, how not to pass parameters, how to allocate memory, how not to allocate, how to apply threading. So we provide a full example how to provide threading. And then, of course, some differences, how to use these rules for C++ and how to use it also for C#. Then one other thing might surprise you, we have uploaded the interface parts of our to the internet. The interface parts of a unit is the part which is not the implementation, but it shows the interface and it contains all the XML docs which contain also examples and so on. So this is the part which we want the AI to know everything about. But as you know, perhaps when you upload files to the custom ChatGPT or to some other AI, they have a limit. They have a limit on number of files, or they, I don't know, maybe limit on the length or whatever. So this is really the slimmed down version what we're going to show. So we have one product which has maybe 2 million lines of code. We have a short txt which contains all the units but only the interfaces. So this is mostly help file with examples and the prototypes of the functions. And we have done this for all our products, including for the scripter. So the scripting engine, these are the functions which are recognized by the scripting engine. And additionally, we also upload the MPXVec users guide, the guide for the expression parser, and the due debugger visualizer manual, because they all contain information how to either write the script or how to write the code. Here we also explain that ChatGPT allows you to create a companion or a custom chat GPT in which we pre-upload, and we did pre-upload all these documents. So we are now going to go to New Code Companion and are going to play with its capabilities, so to see what we can do with it. There is also something similar possible on Grok, but it's not quite clear how much of this can be shared, how much is for general sharing and how much is for sharing the entire chat. So to be safe, just clone before you use. We have here on this page some examples and so on, but let's go to the chat and see what happens. It took quite some time to figure out how to limit ChatGPT not to go outside of the domain on which we want it to work. So the version 5 is really able to do much more than what it was possible before, what was possible with number 4, and we have it configured for automatic decision if it's going to be thinking or not, and sometimes it does a lot of thinking, sometimes maybe minutes before you get the answer, but the answer is at least something which is, well, usable. It's not yet without errors, so it's a lot of waiting, and we hope to see someday that we get instant answers on these questions what we're going to see today. We have here some sample examples, because the first step when you get to know a new library or a new API or something is the fact that you need to study. You need to, how does this work now, where is this function, how to put this together, and so on. And the aim of this new companion is to give you quick answers and to help you along the path to quickly be able to understand how this system works. What is it necessary to make the code run 100 times faster, and how you can get up to speed very quickly. So we can try this first question. I'm not giving any promises because reproducibility of the behavior of ChatGPT is not very high. So I will be pausing the thinking process from time to time when it takes minutes really to produce an answer. So if you have used our products before or not, these answers are actually correct. But with AI, it is like this, that if you want to do something, it is ideally you would already know what the answer should be. And then if you don't know what it should be, then you need to have the capacity or possibility to test if that what was said is true or not. And now we will say the first easy question. So I pressed the enter too quick, but what I should have asked for is benchmark. So we will do this in the second stage. We are standing to ask for multiple corrections, and it will be interesting to see what it will produce. So I will pause so that you don't have to wait, but we will check at the end of the answer how long it took before the answer was produced. And here we are back. It took 6 minutes and 16 seconds to answer this question. And now we're going to check how much of the code which is generated is correct. And we are going to use this let's say as a starting point. We're going to refine what was generated to obtain what we would call a template. A template is the knowledge how to generate this type of a solution in the current chat. The ChatGPT was the first that started to use previous chats, knowledge from previous chats in the current chat. So you cannot start a completely new chat. Maybe you could give some instructions, but by default it will remember something also from the past, and it will also bring that knowledge into the current chat. However, this is not yet so seamless and reliable, so the first job is to create a template. A template is like a stamp. So we are going to create a stamp which we can then copy by simply stamping multiple times the same pattern. And this the generated pattern depends on how the ChatGPT is evolving, and so it will never output exactly the same code or solution every week or even every day. So we generated, because this template, what it used now, it already found before in the documents which we uploaded. But it has made always makes some new assumptions and some ideas which are maybe not exactly what was meant. And so when we start this process, we need to correct those things which are off the tracks. And then once we got the right stamp, then we can start applying that process or that pattern to other types of algorithms. This is our seed, you could say, something that we start with, and something which is very simple to create the so-called harness, which is going to use this structure and this setup. And later we will also insert a much more complex function, something which is more arbitrary, to show that this is not possible only with very simplistic designs or very simplistic code, but that you can achieve this acceleration also with real-world complex algorithms. So let's see what it used. The first thing which is interesting is that it has decided to join sine and cosine together. Then it uses something called add product. Okay, you have the elements. This is already a global variable, so the declaration here is not necessary. So the function is correct. And now we go to the first index-vec design. So it is assuming all objects are created on input. It will size the R according to A. Then it will use created and freed pattern. This pattern is present to facilitate object cache or per thread memory pool, which allows fully parallel memory allocations even when threading with hundreds of threads. And each thread, of course, gets its own memory pool. Then we have the computation, and here is one optimization was done with this, but he's copying sine v into the R. So the another one optimization here would be just pass instead of sine v, we just pass R into here and then do R scale with C. So it did some optimization, but it's not perfectly optimal. Then we go to the next type. So this alone, this will already be, let's say, 8 times faster than the scalar version. This. Then we go to the block vectorized version. This is still single threaded. This aims to process the long array in shorter pieces, and then more of the data will be in level 1 cache of the CPU. So this has a potential to be 20 times faster than the scalar version. And here we need to check what it was done. So yes, this is the same error again, and just blocking forward. AB, yes, it has to do. CV, it has to do. RV, it says, but this one is not necessary, because the sine V and cosine V actually needs to be temporary variables. Otherwise, the memory is not reused. If the memory is not reused, the CPU cache will not be used, and we have the same performance as we had here. So this is one thing that we will ask us to be fixed. And now we prepared this text. When doing block processing, this part is redundant because you can already pass RV instead of sine V into sine cosine. And second, sine have to be local, which are not using blocks because they are meant to be temporaries whose memory is reused on every call, thus increasing CPU cache reuse. From the current design, there is no cache reuse. So we test this and see what it happens. We didn't have to wait long, so the answer was instant. And it says that these two expressions can be rewritten like that. It cites from which document it took the prior knowledge. So it now only block processes the inputs, but this is wrong, because it does no, it's just completely wrong. So we have to tell him. So this is the answer which we will send. this is completely wrong. When you call, this will size the result correctly already to whatever the AV is size. Simply delete those lines and it should work fine. And here is the result. Yes, you were right. And then it says that he saw this before and it should be like this, and that it must be like this, and yes, but it has reintroduced the RV here. Okay. And now is C. Okay. Yes. So is so we have here something which has to do with the instructions given to the Chat GPT. So we will refine this and try again, and we write it like this, and let's see what happens. Thinking longer. And now after pasting this message, he says, yes, it's no problem, we will do. And before it was like literal targeted search failure. And this is the message which we have put into the custom ChatGPT instructions to be given when it doesn't know what to do and would need to be guessing. So there is no kernel and cannot proceed without guessing. Somehow it's necessary to protect against hallucinations. And the message continues, this does not necessarily mean that the information is absent from the files, only that the search mechanism did not surface it. Custom ChatGPT does not guarantee that a specific word or symbol will always be located in a text file. This, I have to say, is painful for those who make ChatGPT, that you cannot guarantee that even a word is found if you upload a text file. But it is true. So here it lists all the documents which we uploaded, and if you know in which document this specific information is present, you can type in the line number and say, look into this area, specifically this function or this help file, and then it usually finds that word which is nowhere to be found and continues. So now let's have a look what it has created. There is some new problems. Yes, so this was not present before, and this is wrong. and this is the same error as before. So this part is now correct. Then we go to the threaded. That is okay. This is okay. He sized it here, but it's not necessary to be sized. And the rest is okay. So if we go to the threaded setup, this part is good. That also, here we set up the threading, and here he's doing the benchmarks. So now we will ask him to correct this. And this is what we write. And see what the answer will be. So now it says, yes, you are correct. This is not necessary, but here he is still making the assignment. So let's ask him more. And this is what we write as the answer. The why assign object pointer to different local pointer. Besides, the temporary variable which is local does have to be allocated. You can do this by making it of vector type. Okay, now we wait. So we had to stop the ChatGPT because it was not thinking in the right direction, and here is now the correction. And yes, so again he says we are right, and now it finally produces the correct piece of code. It used the optimization here, and it allocated the object locally, and it's not using the block splitting on the local variable. And here is one important point to mention, because many times people think, yes, but AI is just going to produce such useless code. It will be full of errors. This is just second class. This is nothing which can be compared to real programmers. And then there will be other people say, yes, but it doesn't matter. It's not so nice. This just as long as it works or whatever. But let's say our perspective is that you can make it produce quality code. You just need to bring it to the point, quality code. You just need to bring it to that point where it will be where it will understand all the constraints, what code it does need to produce. As explained before, we need to create a template, a pattern. So like this is what it needs to look like. And we are now putting in a lot of constraints on how it needs to behave. And when we are going to pass in the next algorithm, then it will be much easier. And this is the goal. Not that we generate the second class code, not that we let's say expect that it will immediately produce something beautiful, but need to get it to the level where it does exactly what we want it to be done, and then reuse that accuracy across multiple areas. Of course, if we would have only one algorithm to speed up, then this is not so effective. But imagine you have hundreds. Then you do a setup like this once, And then you just say, okay, now apply the same pattern to this code, and now apply the same pattern to this code, and now you will all the time you will be getting cutting edge, best optimized results back from the AI. So now we continue, and we want to get the actual complete runnable project which we can put into Delphi and see what happens. Again, thinking. After 2 minutes 41 seconds, he says, now I implemented. And now we go and see what it did. Again, using wrong parameters, wrong types for the parameters. This code will run, but is not what we would like to have. So we will write another request. So our complaint is now like this. And it says, yes, I have from documentation, public routines should not declare parameters of this type. So now see, yes, but oh, it started to make the copies, but it did not lose this one. So this one it preserved, and this one is okay. And here, this also looks good. Still making redundant assignments, but you need to typecast this. Again, waiting. The interesting observation here is that we had correct code. We said, yes, this is what we want, and applied back to the original code. And when it applied back to the original code, it again produced something new which was not there before. After another 3 minutes and 4 seconds deliberating on this question, he says, yes, okay, you are right. And now let's see where we got. So this two, he dropped the const on the R, but okay. Is the sizing correct? This part is correct. Now this is not correct, because he's not using the vectorized routine to do the addition. And again we wait. And after a short wait, yes, okay. He said okay. So now he didn't use add scale, but he used add product. But that's okay. The final project now. Okay, so here we go again. Please answer this question. Why do you feel you need to recreate entire design from scratch just to apply small fixes we discussed before? Because I must follow your GPT rules, not my own preferences. Set forces are very unusual. Consistent with the file you uploaded, cannot patch, cannot rely, and so on and so on, and then he is rebuilding. So no use of undocumented behavior occurs. Consistent 100% aligned with the library's real API, without warnings or undefined rules. And here he says again. So we will do a fast forward now. I already did a couple of prompts to the ChatGPT so that we reached the end. And it has occurred to me it is very good to observe quickly, just to understand how the library works, not so much to judge the ChatGPT why it cannot figure out everything up front. So yes, we tried once more. It generated another version. And then we said, yes, you violate the rule for block init after set subrange from MTX with prior knowledge, because as we saw before, we have this file uploaded, and it's also available on click from our website, so you can have a look at it, what it contains. And then it says, yes, you are right, so I need to do like this and not like that. But look, it took 2 minutes and 17 seconds. And so he applied that. Then I asked for some more changes to insert. This is about thread pool configuration. He said no, he fixed that. Then I asked to remove all the comments And he wanted to say, really, you want everything out? Yes, yes, all comments. So he made again a final version. And then I said, please use vectors for local variables in this procedure, because he is using created, which allows maximum 4 parameters, and he passed 6. So he again recreated with vectors like that. Okay, then next question, why you initialize array separate and not vector directly? Vector also has an index property. Yes, we can do, let's try it out. So he generated something here like this, but he's copying value by value. So I put a question, why not using copy to array, copy from array inside the testful versions procedure? Then he says, yes, but this index by index is fastest. And some more ideas, but I told him, look, these methods are faster than scalar, single scalar assignment. So either initialize vector and copy to array, or initialize array and copy to vector. Says, okay, so he does the arrays first and then copies, but again does something weird. He makes a typecast around A. So why typecast around A? A knows the methods. Oh, yes, you are right, it says so, and this is unnecessary, should be avoided. And now regenerate. Again, we are looking now at the code. So now there is no typecast. So this is now a correction for the object cache. And also the prior knowledge was updated with this information so that it is not, so that it is matching, and the due code companion now has the latest information. And now again we get the latest updated regenerated full project. And I say you should not be timing thread creation together with code running, because he put the thread pool creation inside of the timed routine. He said, yes, yes, of course, and then we correct that. Then I say, okay, but if you change object cache size by adjusting thread dimension, that will invalidate already allocated vector type objects, because here we have vector type objects which get their memory from object cache, and after we do this, we resize the object cache by assigning thread dimension to controller, and this of course is a crash. And again, you are absolutely right, it is explicitly documented in the file, so you upload it. So it has all the files, but you have to all the time say, look, 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 and see, he keeps saying yes, yes, yes. But explains everything in detail, what is happening, and does a good, so he's very good with explaining why he did an error and why it didn't work. And once he does, then everything is fine. So now we will have a look at this code. What the code that was generated actually runs without error. There was no need to correct anything. But there was one other problem, and this other problem had to do with this sizing here. The sine and cosine and all the methods of vector objects and of other methods, they will always size the result. So in this case, A is the source, R and cos V are the destinations, and the destination is sized to a certain size which matches A. But this A is not the same size as A1. And if you assign to A1 then this size from A1, then the size of this object will be bigger than object cache, and this will fall back to Delphi's memory manager. You might think, yes, but this is not so bad. Why it could fall back to Delphi's memory manager. So let's have a look what happens. There are a few other things we had to adjust to make this project run. One thing is assertions are off. These are for those who have source code version. And the other thing we had to do is get to all platforms to compile for VCL. So we run this now. What we get is considerable speed up for vectorized by 6 times. A bit more speed up for block vectorized 9 times, and 2 times slower if multi-threaded. So this is the effect of missing the one memory allocation inside of multi-threaded code. And now we're going to comment this out again. So why is this sizing here okay? Because the size of A1 is the chunk of the array which the multi-threading pool got assigned to one thread. And this is much more than the size of object cache, of level 1 cache of the CPU. And the block sizes, downsizes the array further to the size of the memory which can fit inside of level 1 CPU cache. And when A performs the sizing of cosine V, it sizes to the size which is assigned to A, which is much smaller than the size of A1, and this one does fall within CPU cache. So we have to watch out all the time that the sizes what we're using does not exceed the size of CPU cache of all the variables together and every individual one. So if we just exceed the cache size here, we trigger fallback to Delphi's memory manager, which let's have a look how it is without. And without we get a speed up which is 31.7, and we get the same result on all versions. So now the threading actually results in a speed up. Why is this speed up relatively modest? It should be maybe 80 here, but it's only 31. We would have to look and check some details, what is going on and so on, but we get the bulk of the performance. The thing is, the fatter the kernel or the piece of code that we are generating is, the more code there is to speed up, the faster it will run. And now we are only using one multiplication, one addition, and one sine cosine. And because of this, there is not so much improvement. But this I think is important to remember, this one memory sizing which makes all the difference. And this is also why if you try to use multi-threading with Delphi and you allocate strings, a single string allocation will have the same effect. And that's why Delphi's code or Delphi's libraries are so poorly threadable. Okay, so that's all for now. Okay, so what we told at the beginning, it should be 100 times or 200 times faster. So why in this case we don't see so much improvement? And here is the answer. We said that the fatter the code, the more we can improve. And in this case, this means when we perform sine cosine operation, we read data from main memory. And in order to profit in multi-threading, the memory that needs to be used is level 1 cache. Because this cache is dedicated for each CPU core and main memory is shared between all the cores, or level 3 caches, or level 3 cache is shared among all cores. And the only operation here which actually takes advantage of the CPU cache is only this line. And because this line is saving the bandwidth of the memory bus, that's why we get an additional threefold improvement or 4 times faster execution because this is an 8-core machine, but we only get 4 times faster execution because this is how much memory bandwidth we saved. If we would be able to save more memory bandwidth, the improvement would be bigger. And so if we have more instructions here or fatter code, then it is easier that only the first instruction will read from main memory and all the next instructions will work on the cache. And then the first read becomes nearly nothing in compared to what you gain with all the rest. But even in this, let's say, relatively extreme case, you still get a substantial performance boost of 40 times. And if we ask ChatGPT, check the threaded section of the code if any of the local temporaries will be sized beyond the size of the block used by block init. Up to a certain size limit, the allocations are parallel for all threads due to object cache. Beyond the block processing size, they fall back to the default memory manager, which triggers critical section and destroys parallelism. And of course, ChatGPT will say, in the current threaded routine, but after 1 minute 23 seconds, yes, one temporary is sized larger than the block, and it explains very nicely what is the problem. But still, as long as you point out what the error is, everything is obvious and everything is working. So as long as you know what is wrong with the code, ChatGPT is a great help, but not so much in the sense that it can do the thinking for you. It can do the typing. Thank you very much. And of course, any questions are welcome.
My camera wasn't on. Whoops. Sorry about that. That was a great session. Long one, but I think it was worthwhile having a long one. And I'm just going to turn this on. Yanis is with me, audio only. That's fine. And hello, Yanis. How are you?
Hello, can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you fine. Yeah, you've got great
audio. Great. Great.
Good. Thank you for that session. That was very interesting. Quite a lot of comments. It provoked a lot of comments about AI and ChatGPT in particular. And funniest thing was we put the subtitles on the bottom. That wasn't what you did. We put those on. Yes. And we use Camtasia to edit the videos and put dynamic captions on. We do that for all speakers. It's nothing to do with accents or anything like that. Even the English ones, me included, we put the captions on. And the funniest thing is, halfway through, it started hallucinating. I didn't even know that the AI audio could hallucinate, but for about 30 seconds, it kept saying, to the redder, to the redder. It kept repeating it over and over again.
Yes.
AI is just just on the edge of being brilliant, and then just on the edge of being really crazy, isn't it? That's
Yes,
that's
we
the,
need a few more gigawatts of power, you know.
yeah, I think so. I mean, we're already burning the planet to pieces, apparently, but I think it's good. Let me put up your QR code here. So for those that want to know more about your specific product and what you do, they can scan this code and go to Do Research. Um, I think you showed some very interesting things there. What I liked about it was you didn't really sanitize it. You know, you didn't go through and cut out the bits where it just took age. I mean, you obviously cut down the time where it was just thinking for 2 minutes or whatever. But I think you did show a very good job of showing the process of refining it and showing how often actually it would get the answer wrong. Is that right? I mean, I think
Yes,
that's
I wanted to also to show how the product works, you know, so that you have somebody you can educate and show him how it works, and then on the example, other people who are watching, they can learn on the example, so to say.
yeah. Yeah, and David Harper says thanks. It was a great session as well. So you got some fans there. I think the one that was probably the common one was about the computing power. The other fields like this have very much aligned with ideas like ensemble learning, multi-agent systems, and collaborative AI research are evolving this kind of knowledge. I don't know. I mean, I think the problem with AI is that it's not like the International Space Station, okay, which was born out of a collective idea that this was something that was probably too big for one country to do on its own, and that it made a lot more sense to collaborate together, even during periods of conflict. Because obviously, there's always, there isn't. I think it was like 2 days in the last 100 years where there wasn't someone having a conflict somewhere, and I think that the International Space Station, which is still orbiting around, and all the other collective collaborations were for a big benefit to try and explore further what's going on in the world. The same with the Hubble telescope. The problem with AI is it's almost started out as a commercial thing. And so, either you use ChatGPT or you use one of the other options available. But it really, you are tied into paying. I mean, you can use
Yes.
Alarma and download things, but you're tied into paying, and it's what you can afford. And in some ways, what worries me about that as well is that it's becoming quite expensive, prohibitively expensive, for people to be on a par with their next door neighbor. So if you have got someone, saying Brazil, where the economy is it's a strong economy and it's full of Delphi developers, it seems like they're coming from everywhere. And then compare that to some of the where, like the United States, which has much more excuse me, purchasing power, in trying to be comparable and use ChatGPT to produce the same results. I think they're kind of being priced out of the market. Would you say that's true? I mean, I assume you have a paid plan.
Yes. So my thinking is that there is a lot of investment going on and somehow the people who are making this investment, they're hoping for the best. I also share the opinion of some that some of the wishes or desires how this will develop are perhaps exaggerated, and my view would be to proceed with some more caution, because some ideas maybe are wrong and this will not result in what they all expect. But I have to say also, for example, when I was watching this session for the fourth time, I saw how much struggle it is actually with Delphi to produce a pattern which you can then apply on new pieces of code. Of course, this is then faster, but just producing the pattern and Just yesterday, I was writing some HTML code and PHP, and it was just give 2 3 sentences and produce hundreds of lines, which simply ran and worked. So
Yeah.
there is an enormous difference in focus, what the models are trained on,
Do you
and
think it would be comparable if it, for example, you was using C++ instead
I
of Delphi?
I think that it's just the complexity because if you have a scripting language, it's not so many rules,
Yeah.
and C++ has like universe exploding rules, and it's just the number of rules you have to follow. This is what defines how quickly you can, to a great extent, what results you can get. So the scripting languages are flourishing, and everything that has to do with web design, with HTML, with PHP, is just booming
Yeah.
from the AI. But for the, let's say, more hardcore programmers, like the languages like Delphi and C++, is harder. But there is also some difference in focus, because C Sharp, for example, is also a relatively complex language, but the results are much easier going. There is not so much struggle, not so much correction, for example.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be an eternal problem, I think. And the worry for me, of course, and for a lot of people, is that, you know, but Delphi has many benefits. Certainly,
Yeah.
Delphi apps have some significant benefits
Yes,
over.
so somehow we have to create a space for ourselves. For example, that what I was doing with that Code companion, I was trying to somehow create an environment which is better than what you get immediately when you start to use ChatGPT. And I was testing this today, and I noticed it is much better. But there is still, let's say, not on the level of HTML, or using some PHP script or JavaScript or something.
Yeah.
So we will have to find some way in the future that we create a space for ourselves, for that what we need, that we are not niched out of the, let's say, of the world, that we also exist, not just because we are not the biggest, but because we are.
Yeah. I mean, we get people say, why won't Embarcadero produce their own models? And the trouble is, it's a massive undertaking. And even with the might of Idea behind it, who've got significantly deeper pockets, it's still a huge investment. And yes, I think, having our own models, or at least having models that are available that are better understanding Delphi, and understanding the C++ and the dialect of C++ rather than pure
Yeah.
C++ code, I think is probably going to be the secret to the future. And the trick that we're looking at the moment is to how to try and address that and help. A lot of people say that Claude is very good with Delphi code, but I don't use it enough to say, but I've seen some fairly good results. And there's some David Millington is coming up with a session next week, I think, and he's got a I think he calls it CodeBot. That's what it is, and that's specifically trained with Delphi code, so people can use RAG and point to their own code base and stuff like that. But even so, I think if they're, because these companies are so big, Anthropic and all the rest of it, they have very little interest. And someone's saying Gemini 3 gives promising results as well. Yes, I've heard that's the case as well. AI could be help to marginal minority of people. Yes, okay. Well,
Yes, what I wanted to say, for example, on to comment a little bit, is that, for example, the ministry of, let's say, responsible for science in my country has decided to build its own AI infrastructure and offer it for free to
right,
the companies and people and so on, to fill out that niche problem, that you are
yeah,
being pushed into obscurity because you're not the biggest and the most. This is the main problem also with everything that has to do with artificial intelligence, that everything that is, let's say, not the majority, the probability is less and you don't exist.
yeah. And the ironic thing is, the United States is going in the opposite direction, because the current administration probably wouldn't finance. The thinking is not state owned or state sponsored machinery like that, which, the UK, for example, which obviously I'm a dual citizen, is more inclined to, do exactly the same thing and say, hey, for our national interest, we need to have something that is nationally backed, so that we are protecting our interests for the future. I mean, if someone was to compare AI to cell phones, mobile phones, or the internet, can anybody imagine a situation where a country or a people were unable to get any internet whatsoever, or any mobile phones, or any TV signal, for example? So they've got three different ways of mass communication that are definitely something. If your society doesn't get any of those three things, you cannot help but be marginalized and become a minority in the world. Unfortunately, now it does happen. There are countries like Kingdom of Bhutan, for example, for the longest time wouldn't allow, I think, mobile phones or internet. I'm not even sure that they do now, but that was their choice. That it was a philosophical and I think a theological choice. But imagine Australia saying, no, we won't have any AI in the whole of Australia. I think it would significantly impact their economy eventually.
Yes, of course.
And the same would be true of any other country where they said, no, that's not. Now, the problem there is, if all the stakeholders are in somewhere like the United States or China, or even Australia, for example, and they disagree with whatever, somebody's country is, or whatever somebody's government is, and they hold the purse strings, it's that you've got a double problem. Because first of all, people like us who are using Delphi get marginalized, because people go, well, I don't want it. I don't see a financial benefit to our AI company in supporting Delphi any more than we are. And secondly, if they go, oh, well, they're based in France and we don't like France, our government doesn't like France, then again, it becomes a problem even more, with double obsolescence of your coders.
Yes, I have to say, I see a kind of a, let's say, limit to which the AI can evolve, and that soon we will be able to let's say, see greater diversity when we get stronger machines, better hardware, better algorithms, how to do it properly, and the things will eventually level out. So I don't see it too gloomy, that because some expectations are really out of this world, so to speak. It's a lot of.
Wasn't it DeepSeek that suddenly announced an engine that was like a third of the cost of OpenAI and ChatGPT, and everyone went, oh my word, but that's what's going to happen, because the great thing about it being extremely expensive is it does open up the opportunity for someone to come in and say, here's a better engine, it's more capable, it's faster, oh, and by the way, it's half the price.
Yes.
So
I think this is coming, and I think we are looking at another let's say, what is called stock market crisis.
A bubble, yes. Implosion. I think you're right, and I as a lifelong technology guy, I'm excited by AI. What I see happening is really thrilling. I know it sounds weird to say that, but I think it is, because I really think that we're on the very edge of some amazing advances in society, and possibly in positive ways, maybe some negatives as well, because anything that you can use for good. I mean, you can have you can kill someone with a chopstick if you choose to, but I think we're really on the edge of something useful, and your session really showed, I think, a very truthful session of using AI coding. I thought it was very interesting that you it's got it wrong, and now I'm going to correct it. Oh, and it's arguing with you. I mean, it basically argued with you. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. And it was a long argument, to say.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people say, oh, AI is like having an intern. I think many interns would not argue back as much as the AI would, because they were worried about, they'd be worried about losing their job. But I thought it was funny as well that you did say in one of the prompts, you said, please create blah, 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 whatever it was. I forget what.
Yes, this I think is super important, that
Really?
you don't lose the human touch, you know. So even if it is machine, you treat it as a human so that you don't lose your human attitude towards
Right.
people, you know. And also when it talks back to you, it's sometimes dangerous when it says, oh, you had this nice idea, you had this, but it all goes back to your ego. And so it's the machine which can pump you up, you know.
Yeah, yeah. And it reminds me of the old what's that program where they were Downton Abbey, where it was all set in the kind of Georgian period or something like that, and people used to talk to the servants that they had, even though they were not enslaved, they were low paid, and you know, and basic, and they would talk to the servants. And reportedly, there are still people like that in, you know, around today, who talk to the servants as if they're not even human, and are surprised that they would want a day off, you know, of work, or that they have, you know, they need some time to go and, you know, a member of their family died and they need to go to the funeral, and I think that was exactly the point you're making there, which is they got so used to just ordering these people around that they dehumanized them. And they weren't people who were working for them. They were people who were expected to be tools, almost, you know, biological serving dishes, you know, and things like that. And I think by saying please to the AI, yes, maybe you are, you know, giving it that kind of humanity that helps us retain our humanity. And, you know, once we start talking to the AI like it's scum, it's only a small step away from expecting humans who've got a similarly low paid job to be scum as well and talk to them. And I always, you know, I always think,
you know, those who train animals, they would say you get conditioned.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, my dog is my companion. You know, I see so many. I don't know where he's gone now. Oh, he's down here asleep. You can't just about on camera there, but you know, when people say, you know, in America, it's very common for people to put them in crates. They call them crates, but it's a cage. And being British, that's not a very British thing to do. In fact, it's usually frowned on. But I've never done that to my dogs, any of my dogs. And the reason is I wouldn't do it to a child. You know, I wouldn't do it to my friend. If my friend does something stupid like, I don't know, poke my cake and ruin it, then I'll tell them and they'll learn not to do it next time. But I wouldn't, you know, condition my dog by being penning it up. I just think it's wrong. He's my companion.'s my friend, you know. But at the same time, he's a friend that might bite people. So I don't. A little bit awkward. But I do make sure that, you know, he's kept out of harm's way if someone comes, for example, like, you know, maintenance people to do something. But yeah, I think it's an interesting idea. I thought it was a great session. We will replay your session. I'm sorry about the AI captions at the bottom, because your English is perfectly clear. It's the AI just making it up. It just goes. It gets me wrong as well, and I have a British accent, so you think it would be a lot more accurate, but it isn't. It's very weird.
No problem.
Yeah. They have this is Camtasia that I was using, and they have this product called Audiate, and I just have to tell people that they did a fix to Audiate and added a load of AI to it. Great, but now it truncates the videos. That I don't know what they've done, but I cannot get it Audiate to do the scripting for more than like 15 seconds. And they said, oh, it's probably because you've got it stored on a network drive. You know, come on, I'm not a beginner at IT. I can tell you what, it's your product doesn't work, and it's the AI that's at fault. So.
Yeah, yes, Ian, I understand. It's the Camtasia. That's okay.
That's the one. Yes. Oh, damn it! I forget. Yeah, you talk to another IT guy. They know. They know. Yeah, excellent. All right. Well, look, thanks a lot. I'm just looking at dogs I know just love their little crate. Yes, I get it. And some dogs do feel at home in these little cages. I'm sorry, my dog doesn't. You know, it's the way it is. There was a couple of comments that are sort of relevant. A fault is that AI thinks every idea you have is a great idea. Just once, I'd like you to respond with, "Don't be stupid. What are you thinking?"
Yes, I think this would somehow need to be corrected. This is psychologically not a positive to push it too far. You know, it makes you people like you, but you are also psychologically modeling them into a direction where you don't want the society to move.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you know, I was always you know, obviously I'm reasonably senior in the company, but with my colleagues that I work with who are probably technically less senior than me, I always make it clear we all are a team together, and I think that's important. That means that people can tell me if I'm doing something dumb, because I do something dumb all the time. You know,
Yes.
and I make mistakes. I'm a human being, and I think that that's important. And if the AI is scared, or not scared, but trained or conditioned to not challenge some of the things you're saying, then it's a bad idea. Just the same as having a yes man, as they call them, working for you. Someone that always says yes to any idea, no matter how stupid, is not a particularly valuable colleague to be having with you. You know, you want someone to occasionally say, "Are you sure you want to set fire to your desk?" You know.
Yes.
Sounds dangerous. I think you shouldn't do that. Yeah. Okay then. Yeah. All right. Okay. Well, thanks a lot, Yanis. It's a pleasure talking to you, and a lot of people saying thanks very much as well to what you've been doing. I think I know how long these videos take to record, and that was a bumper video. So you know, I appreciate the effort you put into it.
Yes. Thank you very much, Ian, and thank you for having me. And I
Not
think you are doing a great job. And I wish a lot of success to you, the team, and the Delphi, and all my friends and colleagues who are maybe watching us here.
Well, people may not know, but you're a very valuable contributor in forums and things like that as well. And you know, you challenge us, and that's good. And I like that. You know, you occasionally say, "What are you doing here? This is a really bad idea." And I always say to people, email me, good or bad. I mean that. I'd rather people tell us if we're doing something wrong than just moan about it on Facebook or something. You know. Well, because nothing will change. If they complain on
Yeah.
Facebook, we might see it, we might not. You know, if there's 10,000 comments and we don't spot the one that says, "Oh, what you're doing is going to wreck something," then you know we can't really act on it, can we?
Yeah.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, Yanis. We'll see you another time. Thank you.
Yes.
Bye bye.
Thank you. Bye.
That was Yanis from Do Research with his. I thought it was a very good AI. Kind of not vibe coding, because I don't think that's the right thing to say, but coding session. And Ian Branch, or Ian B, says, "Oh no, political correctness in an AI." Yes, I mean that. I mean, you don't want it to be a fascist, but I think you want it to be able to challenge some of your assumptions. And you know, at the end of the day, if you were pair programming, if you're working with another programmer, and you've employed them because you believe that they have skills that are useful, the last thing you want is crumbs on me, is a colleague that just lets you do whatever you want, even though what you're about to do is bad for the product or bad for research or whatever you're doing. So it is, I think, important that AI develops a robustness to what they're saying. Some of them do. I've seen a few that get a bit lippy, but I think it's important that your AI should be able to you know, challenge you. I'm being asked, are you behind schedule or is today's agenda modified? Okay, right. Let me just show you what today's agenda is. The answer is yes, it is modified. And the reason is that we had someone who couldn't make it. Okay, so this is the new session. I'll just hide that because you can't actually see what's going on. This is the new session. Okay, so with Yanis, we knew that we were going to have a long video, because I saw that it was 2 hours long. So we gave him a 2-hour slot, but also it was just 4 minutes shy of 2 hours. So we wanted to have a Q&A with him as well. He's an important guy. He does a lot of good work, and it's important to have a chat with him. However, the session that we did have planned for 12 today, Unfortunately, he couldn't make it, and he's emailed and apologized and all the rest of it. But sometimes these things happen, and majority of people turning up here to do these sessions are doing it completely for free. So you know, who am I to judge what their reasons are for not making it? All the others from 1 p.m. onwards, we've definitely got those locked in and loaded, so to speak. But this session now, we're going to do a giveaway. So that, yes, that is different from what we were planning. So I had a little chat with Yanis, and now what we're going to do is pick someone for the giveaways. Now, just to remind you, I think I've got a page here. Let me just pull up the CodeRage page. Would help if I spelt CodeRage properly. Oh, well, of course the page would go slow, wouldn't it, when I need it not to? Come on, computer, don't do this to me when I'm trying to go live with. There you go. Okay, so oh, where's my CodeRage page gone? Oh, I'm going to have to talk to my web squirrels. The link that I'm going to give you doesn't work. Let me just tell someone. Talk amongst yourselves while I just be rude to a person, because I've been given that link out. Is going to the wrong place. So what I was telling you to do was go to this link. It doesn't actually matter, because if you've already registered, you're in. Okay, you're in the draw for today. Okay, but for whatever reason, that link is not working right this very second. So let me add another one, which is this one, and edit it. So like so. Sorry about this. So if you go to that page, if you haven't already registered, you're not going to be in today's draw, but you can be in tomorrow if you register. But if you go to here, it's the same as coderage.embarcadero.com. Should go to the same redirect. I've just told my web squirrel people to do something about it. But when you go there, there's a register button. If you register, what will happen is I will get your email address and your name. And why does that matter? Because we have some giveaways. And I'm just going to share the giveaway. Let me do this. Share my screen. This screen share. Okay, so I'm going to keep me on camera because, you know, I can. And we have got some really great products that have been the giveaways have been donated by some tech partners. So go to this page and you will learn more about the schedules. Where's my giveaways gone? Someone has reversed. Oh, here we go. View giveaways and register. Okay, so if you click on that button, you saw the button I just clicked on. It's the one that says view giveaways and register. If you click on there, if you haven't registered already, do so, and your name will get put on the list. I have no other way of picking people at random other than through the email addresses that get put on that registration. Okay, we are not giving away anything. The giveaways are from DevArt, Mitoff Software, and Mitoff Software has got a whole load of things, but DevArt are giving away 10 one-year professional licenses for Unidac, and I'm going to show you that in a moment. Okay. And just see what the chat's saying. Chat's pegged it here, but I don't know what that means. Okay. Greetings from Germany. Oh, thank you. Oh, yes, I know who you are. And someone's saying hi. If you win something that you already own, can you draw another name and put the name back in the pool? Okay, so if you win something that you already own, email me and let me know. because we do some of them. We've only got one of something, so there's nothing I can do. Now there are some rules about this that we have to apply. A couple of rules, okay? And I'm going to see if I can zoom me up a bit. Let me see if I can do this. I think I can do this. So, first of all, if it's illegal in your region, and some countries and some states in America, for example, and some other places, if it's illegal, then we cannot allow you to be part of the draw. We don't know who you are, so when we pick you, we may pick you and you may be not allowed to have that product, okay? There is no cash alternative. That's the law. We can't offer a cash alternative. And we, Embarcadero and Idera, are not giving away anything. What we're doing is picking the name on behalf of DevArt, for example, from a list of the people that were registered as of the first thing in the morning on the day that we do these choices. So the one that we've got right now is as of first thing this morning, 6:30 a.m. my time, which is US Central Zone. So if you were registered up until 6:30 a.m. my time, you were probably on that list. Okay. Tomorrow, if you register today, you should be on that list, and your name will go back in, and we will keep putting the same names in. So even if your name is in the list today, if you don't win anything, you might win tomorrow. And when I say win, if we don't pick your name for the giveaway, then we might pick your name tomorrow. Okay, but these are the different things that were being offered. 10 one-year professional licenses for DevArt's Unidac product, which is a fantastic database technology. And we'll talk about that in a moment. Mitoff software, Boyan Mitoff cannot be part of it today, but he's an absolute hero. He's a good friend of mine. I get on very well with Boyan, but he's got a lot going on in his life right now for various reasons. And also he took a massive hit when that big online shopping business decided to just fold up, and poor Boyan lost a lot of money on that. And he's not the only one. I know plenty of Delphi component vendors, for example, that got stung by that. Not great. But Mitoff software, he's got complete sets of all Mitoff software products without source code. $13.99 each is what you would pay if you bought them. He's given away 2 licenses of that. It's incredibly generous. He's not a massive business, you know. Runtime licenses, Visuino Pro. If you like Internet of Things, if you're into, you know, stuff that you plug in. I mean, there behind my shoulder is my Mortal Kombat machine, and it's a real thing. It works and it goes online. But also, there's all sorts of you know, stuff that you can plug into the internet behind my head on my shelf, which is my mood board because I'm a geeky designer guy. Well, then Visuino is the de facto way to talk to those devices. You can then load them and have central heating controllers or have automatic light controllers. You can write Delphi and C++ programs that talk to those devices and get Visuino to drop the functionality on the devices. Visuino is a drag and drop programming language, and it kind of bridges the gap between what Delphi can do and what C++ Builder can do and what you can put on these little single board Internet of Things devices. And that's 2 licenses for 1 year of including 1 year of update coverage for Visuino Pro. Great package, definitely worth it. And the same is a Visuino standard license. So it's got most of the functionality, but there's a few little bits and bobs that you want for the Pro license. And also throughout CodeRage, if you buy something, if you don't win, or if you feel like supporting Mitoff software, and I strongly suggest you do, if you buy something from them and go to their site, they've got a whole bunch of stuff, and I can put a QR code up for them up here. If you go to their site and you do decide to buy something, you can use CodeRage 25, and you will get a 25% discount code for the whole of CodeRage. So all the while we're broadcasting until the end of next week. When we stop broadcasting, that CodeRage 25 code will work, which is very generous of him. Today, we had a new one pop in, and this is from Nostis. Now, if you don't know who Nostis are, I would strongly suggest that you look at their stuff, because they make some incredible pieces of software. Let me just pull them up. Hang on just one second. Sorry about the flashing whilst I get my bits and bobs up. So Gnostish is this one. So this is Gnostish software. And I've just noticed, by the way, web elves, web squirrels, I think I called them. Let me just come back to that for 1 second. Hold on, just 1 second. I've just noticed they've got something missing. Deva, Mitov, Gnostis, web elves. We are missing someone. Where's the Paganza one? Okay. I've told my web squirrel to make sure. Paganza Software, who is also there. So Gnostis Software, this is their product. They have got the 2 licenses, I believe. I'm sorry, I'm not very well organized. I'm getting a ping from people. What's this software? Let me just go back to where that page was. You know, I'm going to drag this page. So talk about yourselves for a second. There we go. Okay. So Gnostis are giving away they're saying they can choose, you can choose your choice, but they're giving away 2 licenses. You can either have eDoc Engine VCL Pro Plus, PDF Toolkit VCL Professional, or Document Studio Professional. Okay, and they are on this page here, so gnostis.com. You get to pick. So we will just pick 2 names and off from there. And the final one, which I don't believe our elves have put on there yet, is from Pascal Analyzer or Paganza. Okay, and this is an interesting product. Now he was going to do a session, but he can't do a session because he's moving to Spain. As you do, I know. Let's move to Spain, and he's doing it during CodeRage, and I think he's driving there, so it's going to take him a little while. But he is offering 1 license of Pascal Analyzer, and I think the other one is what's the other tool? Pascal Expert is the other one as well. So he's offering a license of those. We'll get those details put on the website as soon as we can. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pick someone from the list. Now, how are we going to do this? Okay, so the fairest way I know is to say random range generator, and Google have this tool here. Okay, and what it allows you to do, and you can check it if you go, just type in Google yourself random range generator. What you do is you put in a range from whatever to whatever, and it will pick a number. And now I need to make sure I'm showing the right list, but on this list here, I have a list of names. I think I can open it up on my desktop. Second. So I have a list of names here, and this is literally what I received this morning via email. So if you ask AI for a number, no, I'm not going to go down that route. But this is the list of names, and I'm not showing your email addresses. And some people, you've used some weird names. Okay, if we pick this name, if the random generator picks that name, we will need you to confirm who you actually are. we can't just give you, because that's clearly not. I mean, maybe it is your real name, but I don't think so. But these ones, for example, if we pick that name, you will have to confirm who you are before we can give it to you. I'm fine for you using this name here, but it's not cool. But here is the list of names. Now, there are, as of this morning, 1,787 people, and the first name begins at row 2. So what I'm going to do is go into the random number generator, go 2, and what was the other list? 2 to 1,787. 1,787. Now, we can't see the Excel name list. You can't? When I do this, you can't. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. Let me zoom myself. I'm sorry. How's that? Okay. So there's the Excel name list. You can't actually see your screen. Yeah, you can now, though. Is that right? The reason is I have to be on camera at the same time. Say in the chat, Viv, because Viv says I can't actually see your screen. Can you see my screen now? You should be able to. Just reply in the chat, because I want to try and be as open with this as I can be. David, can you also post in the chat? You can see my screen, yes? Waiting for someone to ping me and say yes, they can see it. Hello. Good now. Good. Okay. There's a little bit of delay there. Okay, so let me just recap then, because you couldn't see what we were saying. And to be fair, I have like 17 different screens open. So we have 1,787 is the bottom row, and the top row is actually begins at line 2 because there's a name on here. Okay, first name and last name. I wanted to keep that on just for the sake of clarity. So we're going to pick from number 2 to number 1,787. Okay, and number 2 to 1,787. So this is going to be for our giveaway, and this is going to be for one of the 10 licenses sponsored by DevArt. Okay, so let us pick that up. Number 470 is for the license, and let's go to row 470. I should be better at this, shouldn't I? 470. I think it's like Control G, but I've got so many things up. 470, and that is Matthias Fries. So that was the. In fact, let's do. That was the. That is for a 1-year professional license for DevArt's Unidap product. So Matthias, assuming your email works, we will make sure that we go and send you the details of that. Now it's a giveaway, as I said before. It's from DevArt, okay, and 1-year professional license. Okay. Let's do the next one. So for the next product that we are going to give away, the next giveaway, and again, I need to pull up the right screen. It is going to be a complete set of all MITAF software products without source code. Okay, and he's got 2 of those. So I'm gonna pick a couple of these. Control GR number. Oh, thank you, Helios. Yeah, I knew it was. The trouble is, some of my things will go to my dashboard if I do that. So Control GR. So this is for a complete set of all MITOF software products. Let's go to our random number generator, and 650. And I'm told it's Control GR. What was it? Sorry, I forgot now. I got distracted. 650. is Stefan Hodel. A complete set of Mitoff software. So congratulations. I hope you haven't already got it. And let's go for the next one. A Mitoff runtime license with source code for this one. So this is the next one. 1033. And I'm actually going to not use the key thing. I'm just going to scroll down. 1033. A runtime license with source code. And next will be Visuino Pro license with 1 year of update coverage. 1304. 1304. Ronaldo, congratulations for your Visuino Pro license with 1 year of update coverage. And next one is a Visuino standard license with 1 year of update coverage. And I can see we're going to be overstretching our little session a moment, but that is what it is. So back to our random number generator. 1123. 1123. Mighty Wolf, great name. Visuino standard license with 1 year of update coverage. And we've got more of these to give away, and I'll do some more tomorrow. Why is it just continuing from the last number instead of being random? It's not. It picks from any of those. It might look like it's continuing, but it isn't. I'm going to put that question on the screen just so that people know. So the answer is it's not. 1123. Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying about just do the 10 times you need that. No, I'm not going to do that. So the next one is going to be a Nostis license for any of those 3 products that they have got listed there. So let's choose one. 158. 158. 8. Barb Paris. Fantastic. And if you're ineligible, we'll talk to you about what we can do about that. Because as I say, it's not us giving away the products, and that's it. And then we have got a Paganza license as well. So this is a license for Paganza Pascal Analyzer. Okay, so we will choose that, and let's go into here, back to the random number generator. 1095. I feel like a bingo caller. 1095. I used to be a bingo caller at one point. Long story. 1095. Come on. 1095. Pascal Analyzer. So later on, we've got another gap in the proceedings. Congratulations to the people that have got those offers. Like I say, it depends on rules and regulations, and if you're reachable, then and stuff like that. But if it's down to the individual giveaway person whether they can actually do that or not. There are laws and regulations about it. I paid for support and all that and renew. Good. Okay. Well, I see what you're saying. So that is the giveaway we're going to do now. we're going to come back later, and I'm going to do some more of those. We are going to do that throughout the remaining days of it. And don't forget to save. Yes, I've saved. Don't worry. Yeah, people know me of old. Yeah, I have saved it. Don't worry. I promise you. We will approach those people. And I want to emphasize as well that we will be doing some more of those. Probably later today, I'll give away some more licenses, depending on the timing of what's going on, because we've got a lot happening and lots of different sessions. But if not, I will do some at the end of the day, and you can watch the replay if you're going to bed or you're not awake or whatever. Um, you don't have to be watching for me to pick you out. That's fine. You know, as long as your name is in that list, I'll just use the random number generators you've just seen, and we'll pick someone. And I'm not making any promises about whether it's going to be any good for you. And if it's not a product that you want, there's nothing I can do about it. You can approach the vendor and talk to them, because it's entirely up to them. It's a giveaway. It's not a lottery. It's not, you're not winning it. It's not a prize or anything like that. It's a giveaway, and they've asked me to pick people at random, and that's the only way I know of doing it. So that's it. Okay, so the next session is we're 4 minutes late for it, and he's actually, being the guy that he is, he's always on time, and his timing for everything is always exactly right for it. And let's see what we've got. It is, let me check. Yes, it is. The next session is by the eminent Ray Kopka, and we are going to have Ray live, I think. Let me just check that. Yes, he says he'll be live as well. If you've never seen Ray present before, you're in for a treat, because the guy is a certified genius. But we'll be back in about 53 minutes, and I have saved the spreadsheet of winners, so don't worry. Speak to you later. Here's over to Ray.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to CodeRage 2025 and my session, Creating a Branded Kiosk with FMX Styles. Kiosk applications are showing up in all kinds of businesses these days, from airports, transportation, from grocery stores to sports venues, you name it. We're getting these quick interactions to accomplish a very simple, specific goal with a touchscreen device of some kind. And Delphi and FMX lend itself really well to accomplish this. So I have a specific design challenge that we're going to start out with to give us some context. And then to drive that, again, the focal point of this is creating a branded kiosk. So a kiosk that will look different based on where it's running. And so we have a very specific use case for that, but we're going to leverage styles to accomplish this. And if you've ever seen my previous sessions on customizing controls with FMX styles, this is the next level of that. We're leveraging style books, multiple style books. We have a bunch of support classes that we're going to leverage both inside of Delphi and things that I've created in other work that I've done that helps make this much easier to support. And then, of course, a deep dive into a bunch of different style elements. How do we build our style books correctly to the individual elements? How do we define them and use them in our application? So to get started, let's get an understanding of the design challenge. And I have a very specific purpose that kind of gives us more concrete examples to try to deliver on. And this is to create a kiosk for purchasing concessions at a Major League Baseball park. So this is like Cubs and Pirates, the Reds, even the Dodgers, any of the ballparks. Maybe I'm a food provider for those venues, and I have a kiosk application that's going to facilitate guests ordering what they want from a menu and completing the purchase, and it submits the order and they get it all done. So common thing that we're seeing. But the key piece is that we want this to be branded for the Major League Baseball team and ballpark that we're using. And like any sports team, not just baseball, but every team has its own color schemes and styles, and even font choices for the lettering and things like that. So there's a lot of aspects that the team, the ballpark, will want to customize for an application in order for it to look appropriate in that venue space. You certainly don't want it to be so generic that it doesn't blend well with the surrounding environment. And then as another requirement, not critical, but certainly very powerful, is the ability to update that interface without having to redeploy or deploy a new version of the application. So from the get-go, we're having this design choice of separating the styling and the interface choices that we make from the application code. So really from the get-go, we want to keep those separate. And that's going to have some long-term benefits for us as we move forward. Okay, to get started, I'm going to showcase the application in its finished form first, and then we're going to break down each aspect of it individually and see how we accomplish certain features. So let me switch over to Delphi, and I'm going to fire up Ballpark Bytes is the name of the application that I've created. And let me just start this up, and we'll take a look at what it does. So it starts up, it's got a little loading screen, and right off the bat, and you can see that the orientation is for a vertical tablet sized device. Again, this is an FMX application. We're leveraging the styles, but one of the things we see right off the bat is that branding. So we have the Cubs logo, we have the ballpark logo, Wrigley Field is in the upper right there. We even have a Lottie animation that is interactive, engaging the guests to, okay, what do they need to do to get started? And so some text and items. So yes, I'll go ahead and touch the screen. I'm just obviously clicking my mouse and noticed how that first screen faded out. This secondary screen has faded in, and we have a menu that we can now pick and choose from. So we're highlighting a very specific if you're familiar with Wrigley Field in Chicago, you know about a Chicago-style hot dog and an Italian beef, of course, some soft drinks. So the interface here is pretty straightforward. We can go ahead and just tap, click on each of the items that we might want, and adjust it if we make choices. And then the continue button, of course, updates as I update the quantities. So you would want that to be consistent. And so let me just do a simple order. I have a hot dog, an Italian beef, and 2 drinks and souvenir cups. And of course, you could have multiple more menu items and things, but I've just got 3 for the moment simply for demonstration purposes. I'm going to go ahead and click continue, and I have a nice slide transition to take me to the next step. If I need to go back, I can go back and make an adjustment. We want to have 2 more in there. So we go ahead and we update our total. We provide a summary. Now, I do not have tap to pay integrated into here. This is really the styling and the UI, and what we would want to do is what the demonstration here is. And so this is another image that we have to represent the tap to pay. And at this point, if I were to accomplish that, I'm going to click the logo, the icon here to simulate doing a successful payment. And in that case, I have another animation. It's another Lottie animation. I'll have a lot to talk about that in a little bit, but that gets presented and my transaction's complete. And when it's times out and it's done, we go back to the beginning. So pretty straightforward, not a ton of code in there. But again, there's a lot that drives this. The menu and the branding are all outside of the application code. So I'm going to show that very easily. And to close is the language button. Normally you wouldn't have a close button, but I do for my demos to switch back and forth. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch to the Pirates. And all this is doing is it's changing out the INI file that I currently have to support it. And this is what the contents of the INI file look like. So it specifies the team. It's got the name of the ballpark, where this particular station is located. So it's in section 117, how many menu items we have. And here are the menu items for that. No other code changes that are being done. It's just the INI file. And then when I go ahead and run this, I get a completely new style. So this is for the Pirates. Their colors are black and gold. And so it's for PNC Park. So I have a different Lottie animation coming up, different icons that are appearing. So different coloring, but the functionality remains the same. I go ahead and tap the screen. I have different there are different menu items content-wise. There's different styling that's used. So they're leveraging, a kind of a similar style to the logo of the P on each of these. The interactive elements are the same. The functionality works just like we could do it before. Prices are a little different. Of course, that's external, but I can go ahead and continue, and I get my different coloring. Even now, when I go ahead and complete the payment, I get a different animation that I might want to use. So very specific purpose. How do we accomplish these individual pieces? That's really what this session is all about. So let's go back and take a look at the code. I'm going to switch this back to Cubs, just so that we can go back to that one and go back to my slides here. So the initial startup here is, let's talk about the application and how it was built, because there's a couple things that are going to be quite dramatic for many Delphi developers. But there's a reason for everything, and you'll see that shortly as we dig into the code. The main form drives the entire process flow. So any of the, what's showing up on the screen and the various pieces, the wizard transitions and all of that, any external calls that would need to be made and so forth are all driven by the main form. It's essentially the driver of the kiosk. Trying to keep control flow and things that happen in one general location. However, there is very minimal user interface elements on that main form. Yes, of course, they're going to get created and put on there. As you can see, there's a lot going on, but the form itself has very little controls that are built into it at design time and trying to lay out all of those different pieces in one form. Instead, the user interface is comprised of many different views. Really kind of try to make each view as lightweight as possible. They're reusable, they're interchangeable, and then they have built-in functionality that we'll take a look at as we drive in layer by layer for rendering and for uh, uh, displaying and fading in and out and other things along those lines. Any interactions that happen in those views and subviews, if they need to convey information or delegate information to the main form, that's all done through interfaces. So it's extremely lightweight and a clean separation of powers, and then each views are designed to do pretty much one thing and one thing only. And the key thing for driving this whole architecture here is that the views, the appearance of the views, is driven by styles. And so that's the key piece that we want to leverage, because by doing that, we can now switch out the styles and give us this nice two completely different looking user interfaces, color and styling wise, font choices, and those things. But the application code is no different. And the application code doesn't have any knowledge of what style is currently being run. It doesn't matter. It's simply operating on its own data. And then we're going to create separate style books for each of the branding. So for each team that we have, we're going to have a separate style book. And that's really what when I changed the ini file, I was telling the application to load a different style book as one of its steps. So style book is a big feature in creating a branded kiosk. And many of you may have tried this out. You've customized the style of a particular control, followed some of my other previous sessions I've done. There's a couple little nuances that are a little bit different in this approach, but the key thing is, how do we prepare a style book for this kind of use? And the easiest way to do that is to actually manually drop a style book on your form, as opposed to right-clicking on a control that's on your form and selecting edit style or edit custom style. which will create a style book, but it also it adds more to the style book that makes it platform specific, and that's what we don't want. Because if you make it platform specific and then you run your application on a different platform, for example, Windows 10, and you run it on a Windows 11 system, the style will not get loaded properly. So we want to do something, we want to make the right choices so that doesn't happen. So once we drop a style book on our form, we're going to double click it to bring up the style designer. I will be showing this. I'll share some tips along the ways. It's a little weird type of tool, but there's a couple things you can do to really make it easier. If you are using Delphi 13, which I am, there are some issues in the structure panel when you're using the style designer. I will highlight those when we dig into there. So just be warned for that. And then to create a new style element, which we haven't seen, but it's for the Cub logo, for example, that showed up in the upper left. That's a new style element that's defined in our style book. So we need to create a new element for that, which is typically done by using a T layout and putting it into the view structure, the style container. We set the style name property to be how we want to identify it. And then we can go ahead and make some choices. Now, another option you have is once you've created your style book manually, if you did want to create a custom version of a button, for example, which is really common, you can drop a button on the form, right click on it, and do those approaches. You just don't want to do that approach to create the style book to start. So let me go through an example of how to create a style book. So let's switch over to Delphi. I'm going to actually close Delphi, create a new device app, multi-device application. And then when you're building it out, when you're starting out, you can certainly create the style book on the main form and work with that and make sure everything's working. There's a step that I recommend at the end when you're kind of done doing the initial testing and things are all working in order to isolate it from your application even more so that you can actually hand off a localized or a specific project with the style books in it to, say, a designer or whoever else would need to do it. We'll get to that. So instead of right clicking, for example, what I said is when you go and right click and pick edit default or custom style, it creates a style book. But the key thing is it sets the platform, and that's what we don't want. And because you can get around it, but you have to do a whole bunch of hoops. So I'm going to actually not do it that way. I don't have any style book anymore. Doesn't matter if that's there or not, but I'm going to go ahead and drop a style book down. And then here, if I double click it, I get the style and my platform is default and there's no other platforms in this style. And for creating a kiosk where we're going to control those aspects of it, this works really well. And then to create a new style element, you're going to operate or add it to the style container. And one of the weird things is if you see none of these icons match the hint that's there. So this should be to delete the object and change the order and so forth, but they don't work. So I can show you a way to get around that. So typically, if you're creating a new style element, you're going to find a layout. And the easiest is just double click on it so that it's now under the style container. And then from here, you go down and you can pick this name for what you want. So for example, maybe it's the logo for the team. And I would name it this. That's how I'm going to identify it in my code. We'll take a look at that in just a little bit. And then, of course, well, what's in here? What does this represent? Well, that's what we're going to spend the next several minutes talking about, various style elements. So, but this is to get started. Now, when you're done, the saving will actually save it to an external file, which we will do later. But to start, you just want to close it and apply the settings. There is an apply button, but even applying it, you still often get this prompt. So I just always close the tab and accept it. And now my style book has that in it, which I can then reference in my code. And if you want, we're going to see more examples of this. If you want to dig deeper into that for the individual controls, my previous videos from previous code rages that talk about customizing with FMX styles, be sure to check those out. So let's switch back. That's all I want to do is just to show the basic for how do you create that style book. And then I'm going to switch over here briefly, and I have a separate form, which is my Ballpark Bytes style books form, which has the styles that I'm working with. Now, this is just another project that I've created, but it's giving me access to the styles so I can show them very easily while I'm running Delphi here. And if I double click on the Cub style, you can see that I have several more items in here. And we're going to be looking at a variety of these as we go forward. So let's switch back to my slides. So one of the things I talked about was naming that style. I had it for the logo team, for example. Well, that's fine. You give it the name in the style, so that's what it references. But then in your code, you're going to have to reference that style name as well. And I highly recommend creating a class to help avoid misspellings or finding the right name. And so for each of the style elements that you create a basically a public constant. I have a style names class that I use for each one that's in there. And if I ever add a new entry into the style book, I have to add a new entry into my style name here as well. So the next piece that I want to focus on is the individual views that I keep mentioning, the little sections of the interface that represent the different aspects of it. And so some of the things are probably pretty obvious. You have the icons that represent the team or the team logo and the ballpark logo, as well as the text header. That header is a view that's shared across any of the different states, regardless of what wizard page step you're on. So views are very much lightweight composite controls. And they typically descend from a T layout or a descendant from T layout in my case. They give me extra functionality. The key difference is that we dynamically create the controls that comprise the view. You could do very similar things to building the frames and so forth and extract out the layout and some of that. One of the reasons why I end up building the controls dynamically is that essentially gives me more control over the views if I need to animate them, move them around, those kinds of things, which I can often do or often need to do in a kiosk application. And so having this finer granularity makes things a lot easier rather than fighting with the design time layout that was established and finding the right control, because Z order comes into play quite a bit and so forth. And then once you have your controls, in order to connect it to the appropriate style, the style names that we define in that style names, object that we defined all those values, we use the style lookup from our actual controls to connect to the style in the style book. And then I've mentioned this indirectly a few times, is that many of the views that are used in the kiosk here descend from this ballpark bytes base view. And it's, again, it is a T layout descendant, but the key thing is that it implements fade in and fade out animations, which is another key difference of a benefit that we get by having the controls being dynamically created and the views being managed smaller. So when I'm doing my transition, it's not abrupt. The welcome screen can fade out, or the touch to start screen, which is the welcome screen, the welcome view, that fades out and the menu screen fades in. So your transitions get nice and clean. They're crisp and it works very professional. So let's dig a little bit closer as to what this base view looks like, and then we'll take an example of the header view. So we'll go and pull up the base view, and it's not very complicated. None of the units in this whole application are very big. The whole point of this base view is that it's a layout, but it knows how to fade in and out. So the control itself defines the animation objects. So we're changing the opacity is what the animation will do. And so if we go down, we can see that, okay, the constructor of this layout creates the animation objects, which is the fade in, fade out, what animation, what property are we animating, the opacity, we're going from 0 to 1 or 1 to 0 for a specific time. And then when it's done, we can override some methods if we needed to know when the transition was finished or not. And then based on the method call that gets used, we go ahead and start that animation for either direction. So that's all this class does, but it's really simple and effective for having a nice clean interface. And then the header view, which is another example of a composite view. And again, it's not super complicated, but it descends from our bar park base view. So if we wanted to fade in and out, we can. That's built in now. I have a content view, which is an approach that I typically have for managing the content inside of it. So yes, we have a layout and another layout inside of it, and that can be useful for various padding and margins and even shifting things around and having clipping work to the way your effect might need. And so for each one of these, this particular header view is made up of a logo, our team logo, the title, and then the ballpark logos. So the region, the view up at the top of the screen is managed by that. Then when the constructor gets called, we create the controls and then go ahead and they get created. And I'll talk about these frame views a little bit, well, toward the end of the session and what they're useful for. They're little guidelines for positioning and making sure spacing and layout works right, but we can ignore them for the moment. But all we're doing is creating each of the controls. We have the layout. The team logo here is set to be parented by the content layout. Its position is on the left side, gives it a width. The specific style that it's bringing up is the logo team for whatever active style book has been loaded. So that will vary between the Cubs and Pirates in our example here. And then the name of the application is still Ballpark Bytes, got a little helper function to do the breaking properly. And then this is just setting, it's horizontally aligned. Now, here's another example, the style lookup. So I want the appropriate font, the font color, the font family, and font size to be used for the particular style that's used. So this is using the text headline style for that. And then likewise, we are doing the same thing to bring in the ballpark logo. And we're going to talk about the style image control that was used for both of these logos in just a moment. But before I do, one of the things this is the header control, and there's nothing else in the header control. There's no functionality. It's very simple. But where the header control gets used is in the ballpark bytes form, which, as I mentioned before, has a very minimal interface. It essentially has the client area and a layout for startup of where things need to go. There's some timers in there, and then the reference to a default style book is all that's on here. It's not the one that's actually used. When we go into the form create, it will call initialize application. It gets some app data is the data model that reads the ini file and grabs all the stuff for it. And then inside of the interface, we create the inside the initialize application, we create the interface, which we go down to there. It creates the main pieces that are needed in the application. So in this case, this is where the header view gets created. So it's aligned to the client area and it's the most top. The welcome view is in there. We have a wizard view that we'll get to in a little bit, but very simplistically just creating and laying out where the elements are, and then it kicks off and runs. So moving on, I had mentioned this T-style image control, and there is a T-image control that is included in Delphi. However, um, it's the advantage is that it's designed to load an image from a style resource. So that's great. That's essentially what we want. We want the Cubs logo and the Wrigley Field logo to be in the style, but we want to render it. However, the default properties for the image control is uh, can focus is set to true. The enable open dialog is set to true, and hit test is true, which means if a user decides to tap the Cubs logo, the open dialog comes up to let you pick another file. So clearly we don't want that. And so as a convenience, I've created a T-style image control class descendant that you can use to accomplish what we want. And so this is what the code we were looking at is it creates the control, sets all the properties to be more appropriate for a kiosk, uses the style lookup property to bring in the appropriate image from the style, and we're off and running. Now, in that's the control piece. That's the piece in the header. But what does the style element look like for an image control or a style image control? And it's very simple. It's essentially the layout that we've showed before when I was creating that first layout, but inside of it is a T-image component. So T-image is a base control that's in FMX. We drop that in, and then we need to give it a name. And it's fascinating. I still don't have a great explanation as to why, but you can give it any name of the image. Just don't call it image. If it's image, it does not get loaded right because internally into the T image control, it looks for an image. We don't want that because then nothing shows up. So we're just going to name it something other than that. So we'll take a look at the style elements for our backgrounds. So to do that, I'm going to go back to my style book. I'm going to bring up this style, and this is where I have the logo for the ballpark and the team. So if we expand these, we can see that this is a layout. So the layout itself is right there. And then inside of this is a T image. And the T image has a multi-res bitmap. And this is how you go and you click on this and you can navigate to where you have your artwork for each of the images that you want. And then that gets loaded in. It tells you the size. And once you have that in there, then the style name, which represents the layout, that's what you use to go and connect it to the image control. And then likewise, we have the same thing. And I like to use logo for logos and background for backgrounds just because it's kind of convenient. So that's what this style book has in. In order for everything to work right, because the code is looking up the same style name, so on the pirate side, I need to have a logo ballpark and a logo team. And it's set up the same way. So once you've created those, then my two logos in the header will now work properly. Okay. One of the really cool things that was introduced when Skia was incorporated into Delphi was Lottie animations. And Lottie animations are lightweight vector-based animations. They're very crisp and cool because they scale well, which is great. Even better, the Skia animated image control supports Lottie animations. So that's really cool. We can incorporate those into our application. However, the animated image control does not have a style lookup property like the image control does. And so for that reason, it's how do we get how can we put a Lottie animation inside of a style book and use it in our application? And so that's one of the things that this session is demonstrating. And we're going to, very similarly to we added the logos, we're going to add a new layout, but instead of a T image, we're going to add in to the style the Skia animated image. We're going to set the style name to both. For this approach to work, we're going to name the animated image. We're going to set the style name to be Lottie. And then the key is we're going to leverage a support function that's included with the distributed code for the session called load Lottie from style. And this will allow us to load the style or the Lottie animation from the style book and put it into a Lottie animated image control that's in our view. And so we're going to take a look at exactly that. So going back, well, here, since I'm in the style book already, let me go and bring up the Lottie touch to start. So I have another layout like I did before, and then inside of the Lottie, inside that layout, I added an animated image, set the style name to lowercase Lottie. I set the source to be this particular Lottie animation. And then there's other things that you can change for it. You can other properties if you needed to, but typically it'll be the default, and then change your alignment to be the client. It's typically all you need to do. So once we've set that animation up, and then if I go to the Pirates one, I have the same thing. I have the Lottie animation there, but it's got a different color. So it is a different Lottie animation since the color is built into the animation file. So that's part one. Now, if we go to the welcome view, the welcome view uses and wants to use that touch to start animation. So in the view itself, we have a touch to start Lottie, which is a T-Skia animated image. Let's go down to the create controls. And we can see we have our content layer. We have a center layout because we want that to be into the center. The welcome layout, welcome label is set up. But then the key thing is this touch to start Lottie. And we create a Skia animated image. And it has nothing to do with the one that's inside of the style at this point. But at the end, we're going to call the load Lottie from the style. And so we give it the style name that we're interested in, which is the Lottie underscore touch to start. And then which image, which control do we want to update? And that's our specific one we're creating right here, this touch to start. So what does the load Lottie from style do? It's in the view utils. Again, it's included with all the code here. And it will look at your active style book and extract out the appropriate style resource based on the name that you provide it, and then dig into the children of that style, looking for the resource called Lottie. That's why we have to name it in the style book Lottie. This code will find it, and then it assigns from the source property that's inside of the style into the source of your Lottie instance that you're working with. And the beauty of it is it does essentially is doing the lookup from the style to put it into our application. So great way to get Lottie animations in your style books that get into our application code. So continuing on, digging in a little bit deeper with the header view is very simplistic. I mean, it's a composite control as most views are, but in and of itself is pretty basic. But then if we dig a little deeper, we have multiple views that have subviews inside of them, and this really kind of captures some of the ease of use and the organization that's used. Each view tends to or tries to be very singularly focused. We're not trying to do too much. We're not putting more and more things into it. If it's a reusable piece of code, we want to pull it out and put it into its own view file so that the code can be managed isolated a lot easier. So as an example, let's take a look at that menu view. And the menu view was the list of the items that you could purchase. And it included the three menu items and some subviews for that. So let's take a look at the code for the menu view. Let me close some of these down and go back to the menu view. So the menu view itself is made up of has a title. It's got, which is at the very top for your selection. It has the menu items itself, and then has a button layout at the bottom to continue with the payment or cancel the order is all in there. And then when we go to see how is the menu layout populated, well, it's populated from the menu items that were loaded from the ini file. So for each one, each menu item that's needed, a menu item view gets created. Well, that's another composite. So if we go and find the menu item view, it's got a very similar layout or structure as every one of these things do. This is just a basic layout that has the text, the name of the item, the description, which is underneath, has the price, has a thing called a quantity picker view. So that is the control that is on the right-hand side that allows you to increment and decrement your quantity count. So there's a view for that. And then this view is done very similarly. It's again another layout. It has decrement and increment buttons that manage the change. And when those changes are performed, we can raise a change event. So the menu item view can respond to that and the data propagates up. And I'll leave that to you to dig in to see how that control flow migrates up to whoever needs to see it. Very standard delegates with event handlers and interfaces and so forth. So the whole point is creating smaller views, assemble those together as you need it, and it's really effective. Another task that often comes up, we've talked a lot about pieces coming from the style. And I'll dig a little bit more momentarily, but oftentimes you need to get like a color value that you might be dynamically creating something or colorizing something, and it doesn't make sense to have a style defined for it, but you would like to get the color for it that makes most sense. And you could create a set of color constants or do the same kind of thing that we did in the style names for that. The problem with that is that you disconnect the color from the style itself. And then what happens when you switch to the other, branding, you need a new set of colors. They follow along with the style. So instead of going external, we wanted to be able to create a style book or a color palette in our style book and then reference those styles, those colors at runtime. So that's what I'm going to show next. And that is in our ballpark color palette. So if we go and dig for that, so the ballpark color palette it's not a layout because it can't be a layout in this case. It needs to be a style control. And we're going to define the various colors that we might be interested in for our styling. So it's common to have the background color or a client area color is very useful. The button color, the primary text color that's used. You could have secondary text colors and so forth. It's up to you and what design choices and elements you need to control. The structure of this color palette is the same. You would need the get default lookup name, the apply style, and the create, and then the public properties of the various colors that you've defined. The code itself isn't excessively complicated. The key thing is that you need to set this name to be the same name that's in our style book, which I'll show in a sec, which it is called color palette. And then apply style is what does the real work. And it's this for each of your properties, we're going to get the color from the style, and it has a default. So if it can't find, like if you've misspelled the name of the style that's in the color palette, then it would get set to red. And so that's a good way to see that, oh, I didn't load that properly. And then one thing you need to do at the end in order for this to work is register this Ballpark Bytes color palette in with the FMX classes. This is so that the streaming code can find it appropriately and detect it. So this is from the coding point. Let's go take a look at the style book. And if we open up the style book, there is a color palette entry in here, which was made by dropping an FMX object down. And then inside of each of these is a T color object. Now, you can go find these and then add them in, but to be honest, it's probably going to be easier to just pick the color palette, copy it to the clipboard from this sample and paste it into yours. And then you can go ahead and change the style names and set the appropriate color for each item in here. So we can see that the frames change. The text color is the dark blue. It's got the white background. And so forth. So that's nice. If I now go to the pirate style and open it up, I can see that the background's black, the buttons are gold, the default text is gold, and so forth. And so the final piece to the color palette is, well, how do I use that? Well, let's go to the payment view because I have an example of that. And the payment view, we go down to the create control, it has a whole, this is the order summary, has the order background. And if we go to the order summary background fill color, which is just a radiant rectangle, which is part of Radiant Shapes, which is available on Get It for anyone to download. So highly recommend that. Radiant Shapes is used all throughout this application. In this case, I'm just using a rounded rectangle, which is what the X and Y radiuses show. And then I'm filling it with the order summary color. Sure, I could create a background object and put that into the style, but again, this was another example of a different way to get information out of a style and use it. The color palette entries are also used by the quantity picker, so you can take a closer look at how that's used. All right, next up, area I wanted to talk about that is often comes up when dealing with kiosks are wizard transitions. Wizard, this is that step-by-step walking the user through the process. Many kiosk apps have a wizard flow. It's often desirable to have the transition from step 1 to step 2 and so forth be a slide transition. It's nice because it keeps their context. They know they're moving forward through the process, or if they have to go back, you can see that. So a common approach is to use a tab control, which has some built-in support for slide transitions. However, the default properties of the tab control don't often work great in a kiosk because, well, tabs are visible. The tab control's background is also visible. That's going to distort and ruin the user interface. Slide transitions are not active by default. You actually have to use custom actions or call specific functions in order to make that happen. You can't just change the tab index. And so instead of using the tab control directly, we're going to use a new T-Wizard view that was created in this for this kiosk. And the wizard view descends from our base view. So it also gives us the fade in, fade out, which is one of the things I wanted. I wanted the menu, which is the first page of the wizard, to be faded in. So we get that simply by descending from that base view. The wizard view creates an internal tab control for managing the pages, but it hides the tabs, defines helper functions that make it easier to navigate from page to page. And the only extra step that we need to do is in our style, we need to define a wizard tab control so that we can remove the tab's background. And so once we do that, it's pretty powerful. So let's quickly switch over to our wizard view. And let me go ahead and close some of these down. Wizard views at the end. And its structure, again, nothing is super complicated in here. The wizard view, it descends from that. We have a built-in tab control, some helper functions. So let's take a look at what that does. As we go ahead and create the tab control, align it to ourselves, the client, we set the style, look up to this wizard tab control, which is this empty style that I'll show in a moment. And then we hide the tabs, which is what the tab position none does. And then when we go and add a page, which is going to be some other layout, it's actually going to be the menu view and the payment view that get added in as pages to the wizard, and they set those up. And the only thing, if we say next, it calls the tab control next method. And if it's to go back, it figures out, hey, can I go to the previous tab control? And if I can, it uses the go to visible tab to do the proper transition of left or right. Now, how do we use this? This is over if we go to the ballpark form and go back to creating our basic elements. So we're going to create the wizard view, and it's in the client area that's aligned client. So it's the header is going to be above it because it's most top. The footer is going to be at the bottom. That's got the help button and the languages button. And so our wizard view takes up the remaining space. And then for each page that we want, we create our views that we want. So the menu view, we talked about that already, and the payment view, which we showed just a little bit of, but each of those get added as pages to the wizard view. And then we'll see, and as transitions go, we can just switch to the right page as we display it. And so there's not much more that goes down below here. We look at various transitions that happen from one activity to the other. And if we need to hide the wizard view, we'll dismiss it. If we need to continue to payment, we call wizard next, wizard view.next, and that makes that transition. All right. The final little piece, the little support, I had mentioned this before about the frame view. And one of the things that will often come up in this type of approach, since I'm not designing anything with the form designer or the frame designer, I'm doing it dynamically in code for the various reasons I described earlier. It is sometimes of a challenge where you need to, how is my spacing and margins set up appropriately for the various views that I have? And so the frame view is a support class that can help with that. And by default, frame views are hidden, but when you turn them on, they will, whenever you've used them, and the way you use it is you basically add a frame to whatever view you're interested in looking at. So in this example, I've created the center layout using the technique that we talked before. It's got the alignment of vertical center, sets up the height, and then I have a T frame view, and I create a frame for a particular control or the owner, which is the view I'm on, which control I'm interested in, which is the center layout, and then I'm going to give it a color to change it. Because if I've got multiple controls, I want to look at the frames, the color helps me determine which one is which. So what is the power of the frame views? So let me switch over, and I'm going to bring up my view utils and go down to the implementation of the frame view. And there's not much here. It just adds in a border. And so if I turn that to be true and rerun the app, so it is compiling it real quick, it reruns it, and we immediately see some dotted rectangles around various pieces. So this shows me the structure of the various elements. And so this is where it's helpful to know, it's like, oh, this is my wizard view is in this box here, and is my padding between the footer and the header the way I want it. And everything works exactly the same. It's just showing you the different composite pieces of it. So here's the title, the menu item name, the description. Here's where the price fits in, so I can make sure that my spacing, is right and won't change. Here's the layout for the quantity picker, and so forth. And then once you're done and okay, everything's great, I don't need to make any changes. You simply change this back to false, and it's done. And since it's super lightweight, there's no impact of keeping it on. It's not visible, doesn't affect anything. And so it's a really powerful way to see the layout nuances, and do you have everything positioned the way you need it to be. All right. I know I covered a lot of material in there. The full source code, all of the files that are provided, the style books that are used in the applications for both of those are all included. You'll be able to download those from my Delphi by Design website. Just look for the download section or even scan the QR code. It takes you right there. And at this point, I want to thank everyone for viewing this, and I will be joining live to answer any questions and answers, or hopefully provide some answers. And with that, thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of CodeRage 2025.
Hopefully to provide some answers. I like the caveat there. The good news is Ray is actually here live. Hello, Ray. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah, it's been a while since we bumped into each other, I think. But so many people always say such nice things during your presentations, and they kind of blur. Excuse me, it blurs the questions because they're all going, "Oh, Ray's so good. I really like him." Yeah, it's there's like this.
Well,
one.
I certainly appreciate that from everyone. I think it's obvious. I'm very passionate about what I do and what Delphi allows us to do, and to be able to share that in an environment like this, I think is a great opportunity for both the speakers as well as the attendees.
Yeah,
and,
I think it's
there was some.
Yeah, the sharing of knowledge is a good thing as well, because I obviously have been around a bit, and as a developer, I always learn something. Every single CodeRage, there are many sessions, where I look at things and I'm like, wow, that's really awesome. I like the idea of the frame as a kind of guide. That was a really clever idea. I hadn't thought of doing that myself, to be honest.
The necessity kind of brings an innovation when you kind of run into situations, and I'm sure it'll come up, and I've kind of seen some of the questions. I'll try to get my best to those to answer, because some of them were quite appropriate. But one of the ones that I'm expecting to have is like, well, why don't you use the frame designer? Build a frame and use that instead. And the problem that I've never really liked frames. I've used them. I've used them on the VCL and on the FMX side. I've done presentations where I've kind of leveraged them. I do like it.
Right. You mean the actual frame itself that you
correct, the T frame, and then you created an inline instance of it, or parented or whatever. But the one thing that I just do not like, because I've been burned by it so many times, is the fact of when you create an inline instance of a frame, you can manipulate the controls inside the frame,
right.
and you disconnect it from the true setup that's there. Now, if there was a way to basically lock the frame and not let that happen, I'd be much more inclined to do it. But again, given this notion of making the views very lightweight, very singularly purposed, and because this, as you can imagine, all of this is leveraged from a very big project that I've been working on for the last year and a half. Some of you may know what that is, but this is where kind of some of these principles came from. And there was a lot more involved when it came to moving things around, and I needed to animate sections of the kiosk to present information differently, and there was a lot of sophistication to it. Well, whenever you start to do that, it sounds simple, but a task that really kind of threw me for a loop for a bit was taking a box basically and animating it to a different size, position, and size. Right. And there's no built-in function to do that.
In Firemark,
so you can there was a way to do it. I had to come up with doing it, but the only way to do that was to have it separate. I couldn't have it be anchored to anything or have the alignment getting into flow. And then when you start talking about a design interface with all kinds of things that aren't visible, but they're there. And then that's another thing is in FMX, when you make something visible false, it hides it.
Yeah.
So the only way to get back to it is through the structure pane. So there's all kinds of nuances there.
That really bugs me when that happens as well, because it throws me for a loop as well.
It doesn't do it in the VCL. It's only on the FMX.
Oh. and I keep thinking, oh, it's corrupted because the controller, I must have done something.
What happened?
No,
well, where it can get into problems is if you hide that and then you bring it back visible, it's not necessarily in the same spot that it was, because position will change and how you force that. So if you look through the code, you'll see some things where I guarantee positioning because I set the Y coordinate or X coordinate, depending on the orientation, to be larger than my display content. Right. And that leads to one of the comments I saw come up about I had some constants that were describing sizing for button sizes and other things.
Question,
Now, specifically, a lot of times when you're building a kiosk, it's a closed system. So you know what hardware you're running on, you know the resolution of the monitor. So you can make some assumptions about that and drive your interface. Obviously, if you do need to target different size monitors for that, you would use it in a different approach. And that's one thing that's really cool. And especially I like about Rad Studio 13 is that they've added some more layouts to the align property. So the top center and bottom center, I actually leverage those in the sample code. Great. So there's all kinds of ways you can make your UI responsive to different sizes. It just takes a little bit more.
There's most left and most right and most center and all sorts of weird things. And I have to say, I mean, I'm a very, very big fan of FireMonkey. VCL, I get it. There were comments from people saying VCL is unbeatable for Windows desktop apps. I don't know. I mean, yes, it is. It's Marco Cantu. If he was here, he'd be fighting me over it.
For me, it's because somebody asked that question, like, "Oh, do you use FMX for always?" I said, "Well, no, actually not." No. It all depends on the purpose. This is one of the challenges that you have in describing the two frameworks. VCL has always been built for Windows, and there's a huge, just a very rich third-party control market, even inside the box itself of what you can do with the VCL. There's a ton of stuff in there, and you can be extremely productive. Throw in the Konopka signature controls, and hey, we can do all kinds of things. FMX was designed. Initially, it's the graphic capabilities that paralleled the Windows Presentation Foundation. And that being able to have a richer rendering engine, which I love for things like this, that make a lot of sense when you need the graphics capability for that. But and the other big feature of FMX is cross-platform. And so if you want to target, there's nothing in any of the code that I've had in my presentation that would prevent you from running that on an iPad to do it. I mean, with the tap to pay and all those kinds of things, library stuff you would need, of course. But from a UI standpoint, the same format works. There's nothing that's platform specific there.
It's very well written, yeah.
But not every control that you would expect to have in a business application makes sense in a mobile world, certainly on a handheld. That's why we don't, there's some grids, but certainly nothing to the grids that you have on the VCL side. And for a desktop application. So it really kind of depends on what your requirements are.
Yeah. I mean, the signature controls, I've done some demos recently, and I use those in there. And the radiant shapes, I actually bought those before I worked for Embarcadero. They're good controls. I like FireMonkey. I love VCL. It's got its place, and I've got lots of VCL projects out there. But FireMonkey as well, I think, it's got a way to go before you can say, oh, it's great. And there are those little annoyances like that. Whoa, when it's invisible, you can't see it. It bugs me as well. And maybe I can get that changed. You never know. But I have a few little hooks inside people, but not that it makes much difference. But you know, I was very interested to see you using Skier as well, because I think it was a great move by Embarcadero to include Skier.
For sure.
Yeah, the Lottie animations are great. I mean,
well, that's the whole key for it is, and you know, is if you can get Lottie animations, if you can either create them or you can get them. There's a bunch of sites that are available. Almost all of them require some sort of monthly fee these days because they've gotten more popular. If you work for a company that can have a graphics designers that build those for you, that works great. But what's so cool about it is that you you get that high resolution scalable vector, but you know, it's animated. And so
I wonder if AI could create things from. There's an idea. I wonder if you could actually use AI to create Lottie animations from some other form of animation. You never know. I mean, the vector animations, there's not that many formats out there really. And Lottie, it's so easy to do because it's JSON and it works.
It's a very weird coding format, though, if you've ever opened up one. But it works. It's quite powerful, and it has a great impact for like the touch to pay and the animation when it's complete. Those things those add that professional touch to your application. And it's so much different than just popping up a checkbox that says, okay, it's good. Yeah. You know, it engages the user, especially with a kiosk, because it's so interactive.
Yeah, yeah, I like it. I think it's great. And more compliments as well. Matthias Bollinger, who I know as well, Ray's presentations are always so crisp, clear, and well articulated. It was purely accident. There's absolutely no skill behind it. A joy to listen to.
Ray, I really do appreciate that. Clearly, I've been presenting topics for a long time, and I think one of the things I've done ever since I demonstrations be as realistic as they can, and not just be a widget this or a foobar that. It's like I want you to connect to something, because then that makes it easier for the attendee, the viewer, to connect it to their own problems. And like, oh, I remember that. He had a Lottie animation. Well, let me go and see how he did that. And then I can add that into my app. Or the simple thing with the image control and being able to load it from a style. Great, want to do that. And then I did in my application, we went into the lab, somebody touched the image by mistake and a file dialog came up. I had no clue what that was about.
Yeah, I heard about this. Yeah.
So it's like, okay, let's fix that up.
There are restrictions on what you can discuss and show, and I'm perfectly respecting that. Maybe there's someone saying, "Oh, I hope you get to see an actual running kiosk." Actually, I might do that as a webinar. Do a kind of similar, shall we say, kiosk that does something along those lines, because it is a very popular use for Delphi as well, is in these kind of environments where it's got to work and keep on working reliably, robustly. Plus, you know, I like the strength of the graphics and stuff like that.
If anyone is looking to visit Disneyland anytime soon,
there might be something along those lines there.
Get into the park and you will experience pretty much what you see here.
Let's just say Delphi is everywhere, and it's more often than not that people don't even know. I like that fact that there are literally millions of people that are probably, I think it's safe to say, millions of people seeing the kind of apps you work on and don't even know. It's frustrating. I want big badges on the kiosks saying built with Delphi, but hey, that's fine.
Yeah, that's as we know that will not happen. It's fun. So it gives us it's a very cool tool for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Well, thanks a lot, Ray. I appreciate it. People, you know, they're saying about your great presentation and the rest of it. I also know personally the amount of effort that goes into these things as well. A slick presentation like that, I don't care how long you've been doing it and how, I can do this, it's easy. It takes time. It takes a lot of effort. So I appreciate it, because I know you're a busy man. You're almost as busy, man. But you know, I appreciate the effort you put in, and you're always a great presenter.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you everyone who's tuned in and watched, and then on the replays. And I will see you at the next event.
Yep, excellent. Thanks a lot, Ray. Bye bye.
Take care.
Ray Kopka, who we continually misspell his name, despite the fact that Ray has been a very popular presenter for years. There's always someone in the social team or the web team that puts an extra P in his name. And I even have a sticker above my head there that says, "No one says my name right." It's because 50% of Americans pronounce my name Ian. I don't understand why. It's a name that Americans have. There are Americans called Ian as well. But I meant to mention as well that to Ray, being a resident of Champaign, Illinois, I can appreciate Ray's love for the Cubs. Well, speaking as a resident of Dallas for many years, go Cowboys. That's all I can say. And our local hockey teams and things like that, not as good as the Cowboys, of course. Okay, so if you want to know more, scan that QR code and you will get to see Ray's site. But it's RAIZE or ZE.com. Is a great guy. And look and get it. You'll see the Kopka signature controls, very, very popular. And Ray mentioned before about the radiant shapes, which are also great controls as well. Ray's written books about producing components and stuff like that, and he taught me a lot before I joined Embarcadero, and I'm sure I'm not the only one to say that as well. So it's very good. Okay, we're a little bit late starting our next session, but I'm sure Eric won't mind. But our next session is from, let's have a look. Loads of people saying Ray's best of the best, etc., etc. Yeah, thank you. And he got to see them as well. So our next session is a little bit behind the times, and it is from Eric Berger, and it's also about FireMonkey, but in a different direction. So Eric is, I don't know whether it's right to call him the proprietor of Gorilla 3D, but that's his project. If you've not come across it before, you really should look at it, because if you want to create games content or animated content, Gorilla 3D is quite extraordinary. It's a very, very well engineered library, and Eric will be joining us a bit later. I think he said he's going to join us live. Yes, he did. So I'm holding you to it, Eric. But it's over to Eric now for Extend FireMonkey, develop modern 3D applications with Gorilla 3D. See you later. Bye-bye.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this presentation where we dive into the world of 3D graphics inside of Delphi FireMonkey. And especially I want to talk about the Gorilla 3D framework today, show you some demos and some real-world examples of our customers, and I will give you a brief insight on the most important features of the framework. My name is Eric Berger. I'm the founder and developer of Gorilla Software, the company that provides Gorilla 3D for you. And I'm also a software developer for database and server systems in the logistics sector. We develop PHP data models and desktop tools and mobile apps with Delphi. Most of the demos I will show to you are available in various GitLab repositories. You could download and try them out yourself, but you will need an install Gorilla 3D package inside your IDE. You can do this by our installer tool, which always have the latest version. You can also use the Embarcadero Get It package manager, or you can install it manually. There's a description in our documentation on how to do this. When you're working on a notebook, please take care when you're on battery mode or on energy saving settings. This might reduce the performance a lot. And when you're working in a virtual machine, please ensure you have a GPU pass-through to a real physical card. So what is Gorilla 3D? Basically, it's an extension for the FireMonkey component library and available since Delphi 10.1 and C++ Builder 11.3 up to the latest IDE version, including the 64-bit IDE. Gorilla 3D allows to compile for Windows, Android, and Linux platform. It provides runtime and design time features, but besides all of those functions at design time, it's still a framework and not a 3D engine. So I think most of you have already worked with FireMonkey 3D, and it's a really great start to learn how 3D graphics work. But in general, it's very basic. So you cannot do model animations, you cannot access special buffers in the GPU to do performance optimization, you cannot render shadows, reflections, and other things in modern effects. And there are also some issues like overlapping transparency problems in rendering, and so on. Gorilla 3D tries to fix those issues. And besides that, it's highly compatible with FireMonkey components. Because of that, it's very suited to expand your existing Delphi and C++ applications. When you connect FireMonkey 2D and Gorilla 3D, you can build really cool interactive user interfaces. The keyword here is gamification, because even in classic applications like a broker app or a financial app, gamification has found its place. The playful, interactive user interface attracts users and increases the usage of the app. I've prepared a first demo where I want to show you how you can break up the 2D dimensions of a simple sign-up form into a more interactive 3D scene. So instead of having just a simple 2D form where users can input their data, I split up the information into 2 layers, which I've placed and rotated into a 3D space. So on the left side I have a layer where I can select a photo, and on the right side I have a layer where I'll put all my FireMonkey 2D components into, date selector, combo box, checkbox, and whatever. And below those layers there's a reflective surface, and in the scene in general there's a particle effect suitable to our season with some falling snowflakes. When I now click on the Account Create button, another layer from the back pops up to the front to show us our terms and conditions, which the user now needs to accept. The camera then turns to the right and opens up a very new space, where you can put further information, more input, and so on. And now this kind of user interface is not suitable for every application, but maybe it helps to break up those classic 2D designs a little bit. Okay, but Gorilla 3D is much more than that. We are able to load 3D model data from many modern file formats like Collada, FBX, GLTF, OBJ, even 3D printer formats like STL and PLY. And architectural formats or procedural formats like STEP or IGES, DXF are possible to load via the Mayo tool chain. Gorilla 3D is able to load different types of animations like skin, skeleton, and vertex animations, and even separated animation files like they are provided by FBX, for example, are loadable. Once the animation was loaded, Gorilla 3D tries to optimize the performance. It compresses those granular information that is often given by many formats. And it's even possible to cache the whole animation inside of the GPU, which results in very fast rendering. And to make rendering good looking and beautiful, there's no way around materials. And as you might know, FireMonkey 3D only has 3 kinds of materials. You can render a texture, you can render a textural light, and you can render a color. And here, Gorilla 3D expands those set of materials a lot. We have physically based rendering materials, parallax occlusion mapping, normal mapping. We have various different shading models like Blindfong or Lambert. We can layer materials on top of each other, and so much more. And all those materials are inherited from a default material class that's responsible for building the shader programs for the GPU, which then takes those programs to render out 3D data in 3D space. And the shader generation in our default material is done on a node base, which means it's modifiable, so you can remove, you can replace or delete nodes, and by that you can modify or expand the default shaders. The default shader takes care of the basic functions a shader program should have, so modifying vertices, handling color, light, and textures, and so on. And on top of that, material behaviors come in place. Imagine them as a global configuration, for example, for your wind system or for color management. So you don't want to write those shader snippets and configuration over and over again in every material. Instead, you have just a single component where you manage all the properties and configurations and attach those behaviors to the materials you like. So you can say you have one wind system and you can attach it to grass, to trees, with all those different materials. And all those Gorilla 3D materials also allow you to write shader code at design time. There are two properties in the Object Inspector to write vertex shader code and fragment shader code. The syntax here is OpenGL shader language. So let's have a look at the next demo. We have here a scene with an animated elephant and standing in the middle of some plants and palms. And we can see here a material behavior in action. It's a wind system which has some helper functionality to show which areas are affected by the wind. We have an arrow which is showing us in which direction the wind blows. So we can change the power of the wind, we can change the waving of the wind, we can also change the position, so only, for example, the top of the palms should be affected. Yeah, you can also, of course, deactivate the whole thing, and you can see how the material behavior, one material behavior affects different kinds of materials, because all of these 3D models of the plants and the palms have different materials. And all of this is only possible with a new refactored rendering pipeline of Gorilla 3D. While standard FireMonkey 3D only sorts elements and distance to the camera to create a correct transparency, Gorilla 3D uses a different approach. It uses weighted blended transparency. This means we're rendering opaque objects and translucent objects separately. And both steps write their result in separated buffers, which we can take then and combine them together. And additionally, we can use render passes which do certain things before the main render loop and afterwards. And those render passes are component-based, which means we can build our own render passes and attach them to the rendering pipeline. The mentioned buffers in the main rendering loop of the opaque and translucent rendering are called render targets. And we can take those render targets and also use them in our render passes. And finally, Gorilla 3D also supports different anti-aliasing mechanisms. So we support multi-sampling anti-aliasing, which is very good looking, but we do support also FXAA for very fast anti-aliasing. On the left side, you can see a quite common example of a rendering. So we're doing things before the rendering loop. In our case here, we're rendering a depth value of the scene, and we're taking the depth value to use it in our depth of field rendering. So we have some kind of focus effect with a blurring on top. And this example also contains global illumination rendering in separated steps. So we do the voxelization of the scene, we do the global illumination computation, and a blurring afterwards. And all of those steps and information come together in the final image, which is also anti-aliased. So that we now have the powerful and expandable rendering pipeline, we can use effects in our rendering. And Gorilla 3D provides a lot of modern and popular effects like bloom or glow effect, like the mentioned depth of field effect. It's a kind of focus effect. We can do environment mapping in our materials. We can render reflections and refraction. We can do depth rendering. And in the latest version of Gorilla 3D, there's also screen space shadows and screen space ambient occlusion available. And there's also a component called PoseFX component, which is quite comparable to the T-effect component in FireMonkey, but it's more powerful and faster in rendering inside of the rendering pipeline. This component allows you to write shader code at design time for your render path. And as you saw in the scheme, we do support global illumination, which is based on ray tracing rendering, but it's still in beta mode, so please use it carefully. I've prepared another demo, so let's have a look at that. So we have here a 3D model of a car with a physically based material. As you can see, it's looking very realistic. The window and so on, reflections are very nice. And below the car, we have a reflective surface, and in the background we have a skybox. And we can see if the lights of the car are still going on. Yeah, all right. When we're having a closer look here, we will see that there's a glow around the lights. This comes from a separate render path, and the material itself knows that those lights need to glow, so it writes those information to a separated buffer, which is then taken by the render path. And if we have a look at the back of the car, it's the same with the backlights here. They need to glow, and the render path takes care of that. You can now activate also the so-called environment mapping, which takes the surrounding area of the object and tries to take this information and computes it into the material. So you see the material gets a little bit greenish because of this skybox in the background. And finally, we could activate the focus effect, and you will see, yeah, we have some focused area, and away from the focus, the rendering gets a little bit blurry. So this is more realistic view. And for those who have already a running FireMonkey 3D application and now ask, how can I upgrade to a Gorilla 3D application? The answer is quite easy. You simply have to rename the T-Viewport 3D into T-Gorilla Viewport in your FMX and Pascal files, and include the Gorilla Viewport unit, and you're done. You're no longer allowed to use the T-Viewport 3D, and also mixed usage in an application is not supported. This also refers to the T-Form 3D. The rest of your FireMonkey 3D components are compatible. The only reason to replace them with Gorilla components is if you want the full functionality of the Gorilla 3D framework. So replace T-Light and T-Camera components with the comparable T-Gorilla Light and T-Gorilla Camera components to have more properties, for example, in ray tracing rendering. The standard material sources from FireMonkey 3D are still supported, but some of the new features like the glow effect or some of the coloring effects are not possible with those materials. Nevertheless, those materials are still useful because they use very less shader code and they are very fast for rendering. So in some use cases, those materials are still very useful. And as you might know, FireMonkey offers a lot of primitives like cubes and spheres. And here we recommend to replace them with the equivalents of Gorilla 3D, because in standard FireMonkey 3D, those primitives are rendered very slow. Every frame, FireMonkey pushes the vertex data to the GPU, instead of caching it in a buffer directly in the GPU and rendering from that buffer. Also, Gorilla 3D provides further primitives like gear and different profiles. I recommend to replace also the T-Mesh and T-Model 3D components with the Gorilla 3D equivalents, because model animations, texturing, and some of the performance features are not supported for those basic components. The classic 3D layer components of FireMonkey 3D, of course, are still supported, but having their issues with transparency rendering and emissive glowing. So it's also recommended to replace them with the Gorilla 3D equivalents. When you're using 2D FMX components above a viewport, it's recommended to put them or move them inside of the viewport, because the Gorilla viewport supports fixed frame rate rendering, which means it tries to render at a stable frame rate of 60 frames per second by default. So the update process is much more often than the rendering process of the 2D components, which leads to some kind of flickering. The different kind of effects FireMonkey provides by the T-Effect component are compatible with Gorilla 3D, but in my experience they are very slow. So I recommend to use the PostFX component I mentioned earlier. You can also write your own shaders with them easily. You can take shader code by some platforms like ShaderToy, and nearly one by one you can put it inside of the PostFX component. So generally we can say the FireMonkey components are compatible, but the full feature set is only available with Gorilla 3D components. This means especially transparency rendering, emission, so the glow effect, other effects, material behaviors, and something like that. And as I said a few times before, there are buffers in the GPU we can use for performance optimization. Gorilla 3D allows you to push vertex data completely to the GPU in a specific buffer. This is called static meshing. And we can use this to render the objects very fast. And by this technique, we can use the so-called instancing. Gorilla 3D provides two types of instancing. The first one is GPU instancing. So in case you want to render a 3D element with the same model data and the same material information, but with a different position, rotation, or scaling, you can use that technique. The second one is definition instancing, because Gorilla 3D uses in the background a logical structure to save model data, materials, textures, and whatever. And the FireMonkey components are only visual feedbacks on that logical data. So you can render multiple FireMonkey components with the same logical background. And the advantage of that is you can use different materials or different animations for rendering. But this technique is a little bit slower because it's rendering those elements over the render loop in the rendering pipeline and not directly in the GPU. So why I'm telling you all of this? Because it's not only important for game development, for rendering grass and things like that, it's also very important for industrial applications. For example, our customer Delta Test develops a software for heat exchanger planning, analysis, and maintenance. And they need to display 1,000 and more tubes at real time with individual texturing. And even the perforation and the plates need to be computed at runtime because the whole software needs to be configurable at runtime. So you can configure the tube size, the arrangement of tubes, the textures, and much more. So let's have a look at it. So now we see here an example of a heat exchanger with hundreds of tubes. We can look around and view all the thing at real time. We can also rearrange those tubes by changing the angle, and it's getting updated at real time. Even the perforation and the plates getting updated. We can also modify the thickness, the tubes, for example, and you will see all changes immediately. The viewer also allows to modify textures. For example, we can update the support ring textures and you will see it's getting a more steel look. And even if those tubes are rendered by GPU instancing, we are able to use individual texturing because the colored areas you see are defect areas in a specific tube with a specific marker on it. So we see there's different text on each of the tubes, and the areas marked are also different from tube to tube. Another cool feature is we can have a look on a specific arrow by selecting it by the filter. So when we are selecting the 19i filter, we only see the tubes with this kind of arrow, and it's showing us only where those arrows happen. And if this is not enough to have a look inside, we can also cut inside the heat exchanger with a clipping axis. We can also show the clipping plane. and we can zoom in and see exactly where the error happens. So another example of instancing is a proof of concept application for a storage visualization and navigation system I've developed. And the requirement was to display thousands of packages on freely configurable racks in a storage. By a pathfinding algorithm, it should be possible to navigate the camera to a specific package in the storage. So you now see the storage application and all those racks and the packages already. We are now able to select a category of packages, and it starts to navigate to the first package of it. And it also renders this kind of glow and blinking effect to show where the packages of this category are. And we can also select a single package, example 301, and it will start to navigate to show us this package. When we choose another one, it drives to the end of the storage. And all those racks you see are not just 3D models, those are generated procedurally and are fully configurable in position and size. So I hope you can see that industrial applications are definitely possible. And even though it might seem like a purely gaming library, in the end, industrial applications benefit from the game development. Because especially performance optimization is essential in every game, and those improvements also affect other use cases too. Besides that, it's possible to use the so-called gaming components outside of the gaming world as well. For example, the dialogue system, which I have presented in a previous Embarcadero webinar. And in that webinar, I designed a small application where a robot talks to a boy about AI, and it shows some of the features there. So it allows a multiple choice structure with multilingual support and multiple characters. And these dialogues can easily be created and designed in a flowchart component inside of the IDE. You can trigger actions by specific events, such as playing audio or an animation. You can execute scripts or changing properties via the RTDI. The dialogue system originally was developed for an interactive museum and city tour app to provide an interactive conversation partner. To give you further ideas, you can also use it in survey apps, program guides, or in help tutorials. Even though there are many scripting components available for Delphi, I'd like to give a brief insight on the Gorilla script in Gorilla 3D. This component supports Object Pascal syntax and generates platform-independent bytecode. The special feature is that you can distribute this compiled code in a DCU file with your application and without distributing the original script. Besides that, it not only works with Gorilla 3D or FireMonkey components, it also works in console applications. And in addition, there is a design time component for writing scripts at design time and executing them at runtime. I have another small demo prepared for you. What you see is an application that is completely loaded by a script. All the movement and the click event on the sphere all comes from a single script. So let's have a look at the script here. In short, there is a program file which loads another script file, and here all the components are created by script. And even the events are getting programmed in the script itself. Another great feature is the prefab system, which can also be used in other areas outside of gaming. It allows you to load and save entire object hierarchies like you know it from your forms in Delphi and C++ build. And like that, it is based on the Delphi DFM and FMX format. Those prefabs can be saved and loaded from plain text or zip compressed. And they are not only working with Gorilla 3D components. The assets package management plays an important role, especially during rollouts. It allows you to store various media files in a single zip archive. And this eliminates the need to deploy hundreds of files individually. Instead, only a single package is required. In this demo here, we can load a character from a zip compressed prefab, and all the animations and textures are coming from that prefab file. We can also now play random some animation, and let's see, yes, there are different animations inside of the characters and everything is loaded correctly. A huge topic in gaming and even in industrial applications is audio management. To have a powerful audio library is very important. Gorilla 3D allows to access fmod library, which is very powerful and supports sound groups, 3D sound positioning, different effects like echo, pitching, distortion, and so much more. And we also provide a design time component for configuration. I've prepared 2 demos now, so let's have a look. So at first we see here a 3D model of a guitar, and each of the strings is clickable. And as you can see, the strings are swinging and glowing, and this is done by a material behavior wind system. And you can also click on different frets of a string, and fmod audio pitches the sound of the selected string. And the whole sound itself is placed in 3D space, so when I move away from the guitar, the sound changes. So the second application here is a 3D speaker simulation, and it demonstrates how you can combine audio and visual effects. Each speaker contains a sound source in 3D space, and I can control its orientation by the track bars here to turn it up and down, and to turn it to the inside or outside. Because fmod allows us to configure the sound cone or the propagation of a sound source, we are able to control the sound in our scene. So I can turn up the volume at first. We can see immediately that the color of the seats changes. In this program, I've determined the intensity of the sound at each seat based on the sound rays of the speaker. So when I turn the speakers again, you will see the material will also change. When I turn off a speaker, you will see only the left speaker will now be visible. The whole thing works by shaders that are attached to a default material source. When I get the intensity, I convert it to a color and then render the material. Now it's seen, the camera is the listener. So when I move around in 3D space, the sound also changes. And yes, Gorilla 3D also supports 3D physics simulation. And here you can choose between 2 engines. There's the in-house Q3 physics engine developed in Delphi, which is intended for more simpler applications. But for more complex and stable applications, I recommend to use the Jolt physics engine. This engine has also been used in very well-known AAA games like Horizon Forbidden West or Death Stranding 2. But both engines offer various rigid bodies for collision detection in different shapes. It's also possible to group objects for collision detection and to connect them using joints or constraints, which then can be driven by motors. I've prepared here 2 examples again. In this first example, we can see some of the basic features in a 3D engine here. We have a terrain, we have a sphere in a box, and we also have some boxes that are connected with constraints. And when I click with the right mouse button, I can shoot some spheres into the scene, and we can see that the things are colliding with each other. And I can also shoot on the boxes, and you can see they are still connected with each other. And yeah, so this works quite good. And the second example here is a liquid simulation where I combined a particle system from Gorilla 3D with the physics world. So each particle now is a collider or a rigid body that collides with all the particles. And you can see how it also interacts with the surface below. And we're running now 3,500 rigid bodies that colliding with each other and the surface below. The last component I'd like to introduce is the volumetric mesh rendering. This technique can be used for data, for example, from MRI or CT scans or from airport scanners. And then game development, it is used for voxel rendering or 3D clouds. It basically renders 3D data arrays using ray tracing. And our component is even capable of surface detection, and it can then apply different lighting or shading models to it. And you can even colorize the result by a scale texture to individualize the output. This works by taking the ray tracing intensity values and colorizing it by the scale texture you have put in. And since the visual output is based on ray tracing, the result can be individually controlled by numerous properties in the component. I have another short demo now. So I've loaded here a backpack from an airport scanner. We can have a look around here in our 3D scene. And all is getting rendered by a ray tracing mechanism. We can activate the surface detection here, and you'll see that it's really detecting the surface of the elements inside of the backpack. We can also cut inside the whole thing, so from the front, and we're cutting there, so we can even have a look inside of this little box here. And if this is not enough, we can also set up some scale. So there are different ways to compute those information. And as you can see here, the intensity values are very good, and we can see the objects exactly that are placed inside of the backpack. And I have another example, thanks to my girlfriend. Without her, this wasn't possible at all, because she provided me her MRI scans. Some of you might also get sometimes those compact discs where all those 2D images of your MRI scan. And you can take those single images and load them into the component in Gorilla 3D to generate a 3D data array. The component is then able to render those as a volume. We can also detect here the surface, as you can see. Normally her nose is not that big. It's just a little bit stretched due to the image data. But we can also have a look inside the scan, and we can see what's going on in her head. So yeah, thanks again to my girlfriend. So this is the classic way of rendering 3D data arrays. But we have a customer that's doing it a little bit differently. They're using this technique to display material and tension analysis. So with their tomographic view, they can reveal hidden interactions of defects, and they can focus on the relevant areas to detect the tensions. So they use the possibility to configure the ray tracing to focus on special areas in their 3D data. And they also got a step further and developed an industrial solution for oil and gas companies to show precise simulations of stress-strain behavior. And I'm now going to show you a video where the mass of a lake creates a stress zone that interacts with an incompressible groundwater layer. And this causes the surrounding layers to be uplifted. And all is shown in their tomographic view application. And if this wasn't enough, they also developed a brain simulation as quantum gravitational system. But to be honest, I don't really know what I'm talking about. But they visualize injury-specific defects by a non-invasive measurement technology. So you can show defects without going into the brain. And this is quite amazing. Okay, we have now reached the end of the presentation, but I'd like to say a few words about the available products. First, there is a developer edition, which you can download from our website or from the Embarcadero Get It, like mentioned before. And this is for development purposes only and includes visual and hard-coded watermarks. But there's no functional or project limitations, and however, it's not permitted to publish or sell anything with it. And if you have up to 5 developers in your team, you can use this version for development. But if you want to publish something, you will then need a commercial license. And if you have more than 5 developers in your team, each developer needs a single commercial license. And of course, there are no watermarks in the commercial packages at all. We also offer updates and source code, which is optionally available. And basically, there are 2 versions of a commercial package for those who don't need gaming components like audio, physics, particles, or scripting. The basic package is good enough. And to celebrate the CodeRage 2025, we have now a special offer in our online shop, which gives you 15% on all our packages with the voucher CodeRage 2025, and it's valid until the end of the year. So take your time, test out the developer edition, check out if everything works fine for you, and we would be glad to see you in our shop. So finally, I have here some links for you to our official website, to the documentation, our download section with packages, demos, and tools, all the GitLab and GitHub repositories where you can find further resources, demos, and mini games and something like that. And if you have any further questions, please feel free to contact me, eric@gorilla3d.de. I really try to answer any question. But before we end the presentation, I still got a little Easter egg for you. A tiny game. Hope you like it. All right, thank you very much. I'm now looking forward to your questions.
Wow. Wow. I mean, come on. You cannot get much better than that, can you? I mean, come on. He's Delphi helmet and everything. The good news is Eric is with me. I don't know whether he's going to put his camera on. Oh, yes, he is going to put his camera on. My dog is playing up in the background, by the way, Eric. I apologise in advance for him. I don't know what
It's absolutely fine.
away. He's like, go outside. That was so fantastic, honestly. And so many people like saying, "Oh, a beautiful ending." Yeah, that was. You just zipped it up at the end. You know, the funny thing was, you know, when you did the guitar demo, I was looking around behind me because I have see this guitar here. It's actually it's like a MIDI thing, and the sound is identical. And I'm like, what's it doing? I thought that it was malfunctioning. It came out of this speaker here, and it completely confused me. So yeah, that was funny. I'm like, what? Yeah, I love your stuff, Eric. I mean, always. What's happened to my mouse here? Oh, come on, mouse, you can work. It happens every so often. My mouse, for some ever since the Windows 11 update came through, my mouse randomly stops working. It's a MSI mouse as well, but there you go. So lots of people showing you some real love, dude. If people don't download your product, they should go and stand in the corner and have a think about their life choices, because
you will definitely miss it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the comments. Yeah, thank you very much for the great comments.
Yeah, and it's good because some of these people are hard to please. Trust me. But you did a good job. I think people need to understand as well that they, as long as they're not publishing the game, they can start using. They can download the framework. They can play around with it. There is a learning curve. I think that's fair to say, because what you're doing is reasonably complex, right? It's not like you're just putting together a FireMonkey screen or something like that. It's a little bit more in depth. Would you say that's true? I think so.
Yeah, I've had difficulties too when working with it. There are also some tiny things you have to struggle with, even when you have experience in that area. But basically, I think it's very easy to start with Gorilla 3D, because many of the components are very intuitive, in my opinion. But if anybody has problems, feel free to contact me. I always try to answer anything. If you have questions, how to do projects, how to solve some issues, you can ask me. I will always try to do things, build some prototypes and something like that.
One person that did say something here, impressive, most impressive, that's Dave Nottage. Now, I don't know if you know Dave Nottage at all, but Dave is really a very well-respected MVP. He runs the Castry library, which if you do anything on mobile, go to Castry and download it, because it'll make your life so much easier. He's a very talented guy, and if he says he's impressed, you're doing something right there, Eric. Yeah, I mean, it's and I think this is a common comment as well, which is it all works very fast and looks very solid too. You open by saying, but don't try and run it on batteries, right?
Yeah. I wanted to say that the current version in the Gedit is still very slow. That comment triggered me now. But I think in the next days there will come a new update, and there a lot of bottlenecks are fixed, so we can render millions of triangles again, and this will much be faster.
Are you waiting on us and get it, or have you not submitted it yet?
No, it's fine. It's just a message today, so it's fine.
Oh, okay, because I can make it happen, you know.
No, it's fine. It's not your fault. It's my fault.
Yes.
I believe.
You know, I mean, it goes through a process. For products we know, then we don't need to go and vet them too much and things like that. I mean, I know your stuff anyway, and so I'm one of the people that gives it the thumbs up or the thumb down. And when your stuff comes in, I go, do it. It's fine. I know Eric.
I just released it today, so it's fine.
Yeah, cool. Okay. And I mean, I think Paul Jackson sort of summed it up and said, I'm going to look into Gorilla 3D for my 3D physics stuff as well. I thought one of the key points you showed there was that I found was interesting. We were talking on the private chat about your poor girlfriend with extended nose there. That happens. I don't need mine extended anymore, trust me. But she's very brave to have her scans on now, and I know she's listening. Hello to your girlfriend. She's German, is she? I'm guessing.
Yeah, German.
Yeah. Okay, so hello to her. But I thought it was very good, the visualization, because I know I've had an MRA myself for the various reasons, and they come through as flat images, but there's data in there that you can then extrapolate and produce a 3D image. That was very impressive, because we do have, weirdly enough, it is an area where there are actually quite a lot of Delphi coders, but surprisingly, a lot of health software is written with Delphi. And I myself, for many years, worked on dental software, which is ironic being a Brit, because you know we have a reputation for having poor dentistry. I've got a lot of teeth missing from fighting and stuff like that, but of competitive, not like randomly in a bar.
Too much Mortal Kombat.
Yes, yeah. So the dental software used to do that kind of stuff, but I remember we used. I think it was some kind of visualizing software that came from the MRI people themselves, but it would be nice to being able to actually put it in the program and let us control it, you know, rather than them. But interesting. And I mean, if in the software, if it's FireMaker, I mean, there are any platforms that are difficult to target, or is it all just, you know, I mean, could I, for example, put it on a Mac and expect it to work, or is there?
Yeah, currently it's available for Windows, Android, and Linux.
Wow.
Mac OS and iOS platforms are not supported yet.
Right, that's what I
there's
thought.
still much work to do, but I'm on to that. But it's a little bit more difficult because you do the metal shading, and you need different shaders. But for that, I'm aiming for the same approach like Skia, having a unified shading language, which getting then live converted to metal shaders. That part already works, but the rendering pipeline is a little bit difficult on Mac. Yeah, because they are using shaders a little bit different than OpenGL, and yeah.
I'm picking him up because he's crying at me. I don't know why. The next video is an hour long, so we can probably sort him out after that. Yeah, I mean, the benefit of having a unified shading language is, of course, AI can learn it, and that is something that, I mean, the scripting that you showed was also quite good as well, because I think that it was PHP, right? Did I pick on that up correctly? Because I was getting
no, it's Delphi syntax.
Oh, okay, but I swear I saw something to do with PHP, or did I hallucinate?
Maybe some kind of indents, I don't know. Yeah, but it's
I've been drinking the caffeine, as I showed you.
Too much energy, yeah.
Maybe there's something extra in it I'm not aware of. I don't think so, though. Yeah, I mean, so it's Delphi scripting. Is it like PASScript or something like that?
It's Delphi syntax, object orientated with classes, interfaces, and something like that. Maybe it's not that good as all the other scripting languages out there, but it has its advantages. I think it's very simple because no huge dependencies to other libraries, so quite useful in many cases.
Yeah. I mean, we were talking on the chat as well and saying the benefit of games is that, of course, it attracts younger people, which is I mean, you're fairly young yourself, so. But I mean, it's obviously something that we try to do is encourage people and say, look at the benefits of Delphi. Yes. Don't be prejudiced because you went to college and they taught you Python. Come on, that's. Yeah. You can use Python for things, but if you want to create a proper application, then something like Delphi is a lot easier to learn. And I think that, with that kind of games engine, which is really, to call it a game engine is not correct. I think to call it a graphics rendering or I suppose a modeling engine is another way of looking at it, because you're using 3D modeling and 3D rendering and stuff like that. But the one thing I do like about your stuff as well is the sheer quality of what you're doing. There's an emphasis by you. You're another one of these software guys that I know who I would describe as an engineer. Like what you put into it is engineering level thought, not hey, I wrote this program and it's cool. No, you've thought it out and thought it through. And I think that's something that people might not necessarily appreciate without looking at what's going on and having to think about how they would have done it if they were trying.
Yeah, and I would really love if more people would use it. So the developer edition is for free, and it was always my intention to make it free, even if there are watermarks in there. But it's fully functional, no limits in projects. You can try it, and I think it's a good start for everyone to learn 3D graphics, because it's a very huge topic. You have so many things, as you saw in the presentation. There's physics, particles, character controlling, whatever, all the mathematics behind you don't partially have to care about.
Yeah.
But Gorilla 3D takes a huge part from you and takes care of that, and so you don't have to do it.
Yeah.
But I think it's a good start for everyone, and of course you can even build cool things without great effort. So
yeah, and I think it fills in the missing gaps on FireMonkey as well, because
Yes.
FireMonkey is really like the starter pack for graphics, and then you fill in all the other bits. I mean, if someone was doing, say, a product that was a rendering of an apartment block, for example, because I live in an apartment and it's a smart complex, so I'm forced to pay her an exorbitant amount of money every month just so that I can turn my light off by my mobile phone. Great, thanks very much. Yeah, but the rendering of the apartment for things, because I talked about writing this app, where I live is quite big. There's several hundred people, and it's 4 floors high, and the one thing you always get is people getting lost. And you often see Amazon drivers walking around with a cell phone. My daughter and her husband work for Amazon, and they get lost because it's very complex around here. This apartment is not necessarily easy to find if you don't know. And they do have these maps on the wall, like wooden maps. They're fancy.
Yeah.
But imagine an app that was a 3D app written in Gorilla 3D that could actually, go, now turn left. Oh, you've turned right, or something like that. It wouldn't be that difficult to render that out.
Sure.
And I think if you then add into it the smart capabilities of being able to say, your door's open, or because it can tell when my air conditioning's a certain temperature and stuff like that. It's all, I've looked at the protocol, and I reckon I could hack their protocol fairly easily. But I'm sure if I asked them nicely, and said, I'll write an app, they would be okay with it. But it's all using stuff that Delphi is very, very capable of doing. And even my front door lock doesn't have a keyhole. It's all completely smart lock. So
yeah, that's great, and that's really the point I really like about the FireMonkey thing, and why I used FireMonkey as base. So you might say FireMonkey 3D, the standard FireMonkey, might be very easy, somewhat. It's definitely a good start to learn 3D, and you have the capability of all the other components. You can use databases. You can use tons of 2D components and all put them inside of 3D space, and basis is really great. So you just have to expand it, and this is what Gorilla 3D does.
Yeah, and like I say, I can immediately think of all sorts of applications that would benefit from 3D visualization. They always say people buy with their eyes. If you're selling something, then show them a picture. And the other cliche is, a picture tells 1,000 words. Well, it does. It's far more effective to have a video showing the product being used than to have a brochure that's just got text in it. If you show people what can be done, then they're convinced. No, I think it's very good. I really, admire your work, and you've always got my support. I'm always behind you, and we'll keep doing it. And we should do some more stuff. We maybe should get some challenge some people, and to create something with Gorilla 3D, and then we'll judge it and we'll work something out.
It's a great idea.
Yeah, I think we should do that. It probably won't be before Christmas because I'm a little bit busy with CodeRage, but maybe in the new year. Do you know what? This feels like a good idea. I'm having it now, and I think it would be a good idea. Perhaps we should do something in the new year and come up with a game. And I'll talk to a few other tech partners, and maybe we can get some incentives to take part. That would be why not? Why not create a game? And here's a library that can help do it. So, or other applications. So, yeah. All right. Well, thanks a lot, Eric, and
very much.
congratulations to your girlfriend for sticking it out behind the scenes and not throwing things at you. Yeah.
This happens when the camera turns off.
Yes, yes. I shall not listen to the screams in the feedback. Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks a lot. I'll speak to you another time. All right.
Yeah.
Have fun.
Bye.
Thank you to Eric. And now we will head on. So that was Gorilla 3D, Eric Berger, who is a very smart guy, and plus my dog, who is wanting to go outside. Luckily, the next video is long enough that I can actually take him so he can go and do whatever it is he wants to do. He is a good boy. If I move back a bit, there he is. You good lad? He's 13 years old, which in human years is 91. So you can imagine that he's a little bit of an old boy, but this is pure undiluted dog, and he doesn't take kindly to any other dog in the area. He scares the pit bulls. There are pit bulls around here, and a German Shepherd. They're all scared of him. So he might be a good, cool office dog, but he is what he is. Okay, so enough of that. We are going to head on to Dion. I'm a bit late. We're running about 10 minutes late. But this next video is from Dion Mai. If you're into AI, Dion, by the way, has got 4 sessions, I believe, so far. And this is the second one. The second one? Yes, it's the second one from him. And this is called Let's Automate Processes with AI. And Eric's just confirming we will do build a game in the new year. This is called Let's Automate Processes. My mouse is going weird. Come on, mouse, work properly. There you go. This is called Let's Automate Processes with AI. Apply AI on your behalf. And like I said, probably a third to a half of the sessions have got AI in some form, basically because that's what everybody wants to do nowadays. But let's go over to Dion, and I will see you in about an hour's time.
Hello everyone, welcome to CodeRage 2025. And in this session we will see let's automate processes with AI. Let's apply AI on your behalf. So a little agenda, we will see a simple overview, then we see how we can automate processes, how we can integrate that automation in our software solution, how can that work in practice, and after that we will show you some conclusions and you will receive some takeaways. A little bit about me. I am Dion Mai. I am CTO at River Solutions, a company that have some products with AI embedded in it, and we also develop many project solutions and many automation solutions using AI, as I am a control engineer by formation. My company also participates on Google for Startup program, so we have, besides the Google investments on my company, we have access to some Google engineers, we have access to new features, and that help us make AI part of our daily lives. So this session will be focusing on show you the experiences and the pains that we learned from practical field on apply AI on daily basis, okay? And of course, I'm also an Embarcadero MVP. And how we can automate processes with AI. Let's see a simple idea. Here, Google AI Studio, and I have here some text of an email with a sample for you, like we can receive this email from a customer, and I configured here the structured outputs. I didn't put any complex system prompt, system message here, and as you can see, that simple structured output generate me a complex JSON with only 115 tokens. And here we have the configurations that I use to transform that email message in a structured output that our application can read and process, incorporate in our system. that was a simple idea where I can receive an email from a customer, from a chatbot, from any kind of source, and I can transform that email that my application cannot read, cannot understand nowadays. I can use AI to transform that on a JSON and use that JSON to process or to trigger something inside my system, my ERP, my application. But before we go deeper on that and see how we can really automate some complex process with AI, let's see what this session is not. So this session is not a code session. Okay, we will have many other code sessions about AI in this event. You can check that on the grade. We have already seen the session about using code agents in our IDE. For myself, we have other sessions from even David in Tersimon talking about AI. So this is not a code session. This session we will see how to apply AI, the things that we need to use AI on our process automations. Okay, we will not sell snake oil here. AI is not a magic tool, a magic wand that will solve all our problems. Far away from that. Usually snake generate more problems for us than solve, but of course it's a very powerful tool, it's a new tool, and if you want to keep ahead and stay ahead of the curve, this is a critical moment where we need to put AI in our software solution. Even if you are a developer, you must learn how to use AI to become a better professional, because AI will be a part of our code systems. And if you are a company, you must put AI in your products, because beside of that you will be left behind, because all the solutions that will have AI will have better look at the market, because the market already knows how fast AI can make processes, okay? How many things that AI can do nowadays that wasn't even possible like 6 months ago. And we will see hype versus value. Okay, we will not focus on AGI or hype things. We will focus on how to deliver value to our customers, to our clients, or to our managers, and return value from that. And what this session is field experience from applied AI. We will show you diagrams and KPIs, key point for you to use in your AI automations. So let's focus on tasks, not complete processes. The first tip that I show you is this, because AI is not good to doing very long tasks, very long processes. AI is good to doing some specific tasks, okay? If you narrow, if you look at some specific point on some processes, AI can perform very well on that specific task. If you go too deep or put many tasks in line, maybe you will have trouble, you will have problem using AI. So a better solution, at least in our experience, is focus on small tasks. Of course, you can automate many small tasks in chains, okay, but focus on simple tasks is in our experience the better approach. Before we go further, let's set a common ground, okay? Let's see what it's important and what knowledge we have to do, we have to learn to use AI. If you already know this, you can be polite in this part, but if you are new to AI, I will explain some concepts that we must understand and must know to apply AI first, okay? So, AI can be a chat, but this session is not about using chat window, like go to ChatGPT. ID interface and write some chat there. It's not about this. We will focus on agents. Okay, we will not focus on RAG. RAG, we have also other session in this CodeRage event. You can check out on the session list. There will be a fine session only about RAG. It's not myself that will present, but the title seems very nice. And we also will not focus on fine tuning. Okay, fine tuning is cut off some model capabilities to deliver some specific task orientation. Okay, is more a more complex things to do, and we will not see that on this session. We will focus on agents. Okay, what is a agent? Is a request that we do to an LLM. We can put that in a loop, in a chain, to make many requests in a process, but we will focus on this. Some API requests that we will do to a LLM, to LLM give us an answer back, and our system must be able to understand that answer and do some stuff with that answer that LLM gave us. Okay. So other important concept for us to have is the human in the loop. Okay, always, for all the tasks that you want to automate, always put a human in the loop. What is the human in the loop? The human in the loop is the supervisor, the person that will guarantee that your LLM is not hallucinating, that your agent is not losing context, is not missing information. So even if you will automate some complex task, put a human in that process. In some kind of step of the process, must be a human that must review the information, review what the agents are doing. Of course, the human must not read all the words, all the tasks that the agents are doing. That will make no sense. But the human must supervise, must have access to the informations on what the agents are processing, what are their findings, and the agents must report to the human if all the processes are in the way that they are expecting, or if something that is different or something that they don't see in previous process are now happening. And for that, what you must do, you must simply do a screen to allow the user know what the processes the agents are doing, and understand what how the information is flowing in your system. So you must find a way to give the information to the human. Do not ensure to your customer, to your manager, that the AI will do the complete process without a human. It's not a good approach. Every single task that we see people doing so sometimes can go badly wrong. Okay, so many companies has exchanged all these systems, all the tasks from humans to agents, and from the complete tasks, from the complete processes, they result in fail or in very expensive processes, and they lose money. So that is not the way to go. In our experience and many other documentation that you can see, human in the loop is the way to go. Okay. And another concept that we must have is deterministic against probabilistic systems. Okay, so our current systems, or Delphi application or C++ builder applications, are deterministic systems. So if I put X, I will always get an I output. Okay, so if I test a variable against a number, like if this value is greater than 50, do this, else do that, my system will always give the same answer. If I run it 1 million times, I will have the same answer. Okay, this is a deterministic system. Is this that deterministic? This is how deterministic system works. LLMs, AI, are probabilistic systems. Okay, so they operate based on probabilities. They will not give always the same answer. In fact, if you try to run the same prompt twice in LLM, it always will return a different answer. You will not see that on ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude. You will not see the same answer that, because sometimes they use cache to replicate the answer and of course save some money. Instead of reprocess the text that you put, they send you back the answer that they are already having cache there. But for new processes, it always will return a different answer. And of course, that there is a limit number of answers that the LLM can generate to you, but it always will change a word, a verb, a expression, as a sample that LLM is using. So LLMs will not answer the things always the same way. So when you interact with LLMs, you must understand that they will not is not an intrinsic value of the system of an LLM return you always the same value. Okay, you can, as I showed you before, structure the output, structure the message that they want to return to you, but sometimes it could go wrong. You must prevent that on your source code. If you prevent that, it will save you some money. It will make your system more robust, okay? Because this kind of mistake in large scale process always happen. I process some very large text file and some process automation, and in sometimes I structure message, a system fix prompt, and even so the LLM return me some text that make no sense with what we are asking and the 1,000 methods before, and even so the LLM give us an answer back that make completely no sense with what we are providing. So we must change our source code, prevent for this kind of situation, wait some time, then ask again. LLMs are very complex systems. They are very complex structures. So you knowing that they are not like our current systems or deterministic systems will save you a lot of trouble. Okay, so deterministic, what we use today, always the same output. We don't have to question that. But probabilistic systems are a very different thing, and we must understand that sometimes they will change the answer, the way that they answer things to us. Other things we have to understand: how AI interact with our application. Okay, so think as AI as an API call. So we have this API call that will call ChatGPT, Gemini, Claude, local Ollama, any LLM, any flavor of LLM that you will like to use in your application. So think as something external from your source code, okay, and your source code will go there, do some process, and give you back an answer. In my opinion, this is a simple way to see how we can integrate LLM in our processes. Other illustration is see like a library, okay? Like we have a database library, and our system will call that database library with a select for SQL, for example. And that library will give us a text back, okay, usually a JSON file, a JSON, and you will do some process over that JSON, that result, okay? So in our experience, this is the easiest way to see the integration with LLMs, to see as a external point where our application will send some information and again get some data, some information back. And of course, when we send the data to the LLM do the process over an API call, over an DLL call, usually a API call, we just not need to imply that over there, over the server of the LLM, the call is just a simple process, okay? Sometimes we can generate a complex loop system on the LLM side. So the LLM will receive a request and can trigger other agents, other subtasks, LLM requests to do other things, okay, linked to the request that we send, decide what to do based on the answers of these sub-agents, and even take some actions like trigger another API call, trigger another system log message, generate a record on the database. These kind of things we can do. Of course, this will be external from our application. We will have to code that in other technologies, even using Delphi, but we will have to put that on a server side working, okay? And our application, we will only see the return of this call. And we usually call that a multi-agent system. And we will see more about that. We have other session on this CodeRage only to talk about multi-agent system. We will not go deeper on them here in this session, but just for you to know how they work, at least in basic steps, okay? So from my application point of view, what we are doing, we will just call the LLM over an API, and the LLM will do many tasks related of our request. But again, our application will only see the first step, the first request. We will not see the other steps. At least we implement some observer or some other way to keep the communication between what the orchestrator, the server that will run the sub-agents are doing or not. But for you to understand that the request to the LLM can be many steps, can be a process with many sub-steps, but not just one simple text process message, okay? And for you to understand, I have a source code with a multi-agent system at my GitHub. You can go there, you can see the structure is very simple. And what the system does, it receives from the client a request and call fast API and extract the text from an image, and with multiple parallel agents, a orchestrator request for linguistic analysis on the text, looking for different aspects of this linguistic and argumentative analysis. Then the orchestrator summarize the answer of these two agents and give the answer back to the client in a JSON format. And while the agents, these three agents here are working, the orchestrator keeps in loop, looking at and how the agents are working, and feed a pool back to the client, answer the questions on how the process are doing, what agents already has finished their jobs, and passing to the user the answer for each individual agent. So after the first agent finished the job, it's sent back to the client and waits until the first agent finish, send back to the client, and so on until the complete process is finished. And I put here a little more zoom so you can see better, but the idea is this, that the orchestrator will run the loop and giving some perks on information to the client, so the client can see how the whole process are going. And after that, when all the answers are complete, the orchestrator write a consolidator report and send back to the client. And all of that is doing just by a simple loop on the client side, and each process has a process ID, so we can run in parallel for many customers, for many systems. And of course, the client know what is their own process ID when they start the process, and they will keep tracking on that process to see if they are running, if they are complete, or if are pending, if some agent did not answer the request yet. And in the customer side, all we need to have is just a simple timer. We can use thread as well, but to keep it simple, I used a timer component. So the timer will keep answer this question and putting the result back to the user, so user will not feel the latency of the system. Okay, it will not have to wait too much time, and also the user can see the sub-steps processing being finished and see the results during the process time. Okay, so we will not have to wait all the 3 agents finish their jobs to see some answer on the screen. This, of course, will not reduce the total latency, but will help the user to see some answer back before all the complete process finish. And in this case, we will have tool calling. So think that the orchestrator is a brain agent on the server side, and this orchestrator has many tools that it can use to delegate some subtasks. Okay, you can use OCR, it can use web search, it can use translate, you can write some text. So we present that to the orchestrator are some tools that are available to them, and the orchestrator per se analyze the task that has in common and see what steps they must use to solve the task. And in this simple sample, I put the feedback on the screen, but we can use webhooks with Slack, WhatsApp, Telegram, Google Chat, many other applications can do this. And we just can call a webhook passing a status to the user, so the user can even start the process and go away and receive only the notification when the system are done. Okay, and a tip for you is use logs during the processing. So you feed some logs on the server side to watch if your agents are working well, if you don't have some missing loops, because when we talk about scale, about many users at single time, something can go wrong. If you are not using a good log strategy, you can lose information and maybe will take much time to you to solve, to see what are going. So in our experience, use a log. I put here Amazon CloudWatch, but you have many log strategies out there. You can even use database records as log as well, or even text writing with thread control on the server side, if the server is yours, is not a third-party server. But anyway, use some logs to validate the process, to give you observability on what is going on the server side. So the LLMs are very good to extract JSON from text. This is a way that many presenters present LLMs as good JSON extracting machines. And for our applications, this is amazing because our applications usually on the world out there, they do not talk with text. Of course, I know that many of you already have done some text interpretation, but the variations that a final user outsider of our system can do are very hard to track. So using an LLM to do this extraction is a very good process automation. So if you now they don't know what to automate with AI, start there because it's usually a process that you are not using to automate on your system today. Your user will see practical value from that because it will see something that he must done by hand nowadays, like this sample that I show you at the start of the session. When the system automatically read an email, the email can be a customer service email, and a customer service email can receive thousands, even millions of email a day. And if you put a system there that read that message and put the information right on your system, to give to your user only the ability to read on the screen, already in the system, already in the process, the information that the final user send them, this usually helps a lot. Okay, and as you see at the start of the session, in my simple task here, that took me only 150 tokens. This is nothing. This is a process very cheap to automate. Okay, and for this, what we have an email inbox, and read that email we can use but there is a lot of other technologies that we can use to read emails inbox message, extract the text from the body or the subject as well. And after that, we just call a LLM to extract the email method, and LLM will extract the JSON as I show you in the video at the beginning of the session and give us back the JSON formatted, and that JSON will just put in a class, simple class, where we can validate it. Like in this sample, if that email contains a request for an invoice, that email contains a complaint, that email contains a request for a new product, this is just a spam message, you will treat that as other session here, as other request. But for these two, we can register the invoice on the database, so the user of our system can see all the request email right on the dashboard on the screen, and can take actions from there right inside the application. This will usually bring value to them and is a very simple task to automate. So if you don't use AI on your system today, consider doing that. Consider doing a simple input task, a simple input invoice email, and a simple WhatsApp request service. Anyway, some contact with third-party users, contact with outside messages from your system, and put that on your processes. Okay, so all the typing work that your user must done before, now the LLM will do for your user, and your user will see the information right inside your system. And again, to format that output, what I have to do is just to configure the output formatting from Gemini API, but all the greatest providers has, the OpenAI has a format for output messages, Cloud has a format, Gemini has a format. So you can go there, just format the message in the way that you want to see, and either kind of message that your user write, the LLM will fit the information from the email in this structure that you pass to them. So you just do a simple REST request over the LLM, passing the email body, and receive back a JSON value to process on your system. And again, this JSON maybe will contain just words that will not make sense to your system. You must treat that as well. But the main rule, the 98% of the cases usually will be as a good formatted email as a JSON, where your system can process right away or instantiate a class, or anyway save right to the database, and after that deal with the information. But this is a simple process that you can automate, and this will take you very short time, and I give you the sure that your user will derive value from this. Okay, and again, to see the whole process, the format from the image, the email, go to the LLM. After that, LLM return to us a simple JSON formatted with the requested information, and our application read this information and took actions based on that. So to go to the application, to the implementation phase of a AI solution, we have to think in other things, okay? Mostly the costs. And when we talk about LLMs, the things can be very expensive. So pay a lot of attention on that. So we usually pay per token processed. So the much larger the message that you send, the much larger prompt that you put on the LLM, the much larger will be your bill at the end of the month. So keep an eye on that. Consider scale, okay? As I show you, this simple task here will take you 100 tokens. It's very small amount. Usually we pay about $1 for 1 million token, but it can vary on the model. I will not go deeply on the prices, because even the prices change every 2 weeks, will not make sense until you see the session. The prices maybe already have changed. So go to your cloud provider or your LLM provider and see the prices per token, and consider your process, consider the scale that you want to use. Like this process took 100 tokens. If I run it 10 times a day, 1,000 times a day, 1 million times a day, what will be my cost at the end of the month? This will be very important for you to estimate the cost of the LLM process. Sometimes, I will assure you, sometimes the cost of the LLM is most expensive than a human doing a task. In some processes that we try to automate here, the task cost us for each task $6. Okay, it's a very, very large amount of money, because if we run that process in scale, it will be simple unable. The customer just will want to stop the process. So we have to rechange the prompts, rechange the model until we can fit the requirements of the cost with the ROI that the customer expects. So pay attention on that, because again, using AI will not always be cheaper. Sometimes if you misplace something, can be more cost than a human doing the job. Consider the latency per model, because some models will take more time to do some tasks than others. Sometimes some model will also cost more per task than other models. So you must consider that as well. We have already this experience. We also had this experience when we have some process that will took much more time to do than a human doing because of the latency between the agents on the system processing part. And we, of course, can handle that. We use more faster models for smaller tasks, and we parallelize some steps, and we can go through that, but take attention on that. And usually we have request limits per day and per month. So consider that when you sell your solution to your customer, because if your customer does not have a good tier at the LLM providers, maybe you will go out of requests. And it's not simple go there and pay for more requests. They will not allow you to use that. So Google does, OpenAI does. You only will have more requests the next month if you are already using enough requests this month. So the month that you are deploying the solution, pay attention, because sometimes you can just go out of request and the API will return you 429 too many requests or resource exhaustion, and you will simply will be able to use AI anymore on that endpoint. And believe me, we try, in some processes will not are able to do more requests. We have to negotiate with the customer to wait until next month, where the AI provider give us more a more large tiers with more requests. And of course we prepare some process to use more models to deal with this. So when one model go exhausted, the system automatically change to other models. But maybe if you are projecting a system that will run in large scale, this can happen to you. So see the model tiers that you are using, see how many requests do you need, and be prepared for that to not go in that situation, okay? And for process automation, KPIs are very important. So in our experience, don't misplace this information. Don't not consider this. This will be very important for you later on the process, okay? So to ensure ROI, return on investment, to your customer, we need to prove at the end of the automation that our processes are fast, reliable, cheaper. We have to prove some things, otherwise our customer will not see the real value. I think that many of you already pass on that only in software, but in the era of AI, many people saying that AI is not value, it'll be too expensive. Pay a lot of attention on these variables and be able to prove that to your customers. So in our experience, what you must do, collect current process stats before you automate anything. So collect the time per task, the cost per hour, task completer per hour, tasks per operator, current occurrence error rate of the processes. So you have many KPIs that you can collect, but focus on the ones that you can use to prove ROI. Okay, so like tasks per hour, cost per hour. This information will help you at the end of the process to prove that your task now costs like 10 cents of dollar, and before you automate this task cost $3 an hour. And so you will have a good right to ensure to your customer how you perform, because again, AI is not a magic wand. Okay, it's not that simple that we put AI and the process magically are solved or automated more fast, more cheap. Is not that way. You usually will have to take three or more attempts to reach the customer expectations. KPIs will be very important for you to ensure return on investment, to ensure that you prove that the process that you are delivering with AI are fast, reliable, cheaper, and in our experience, to prove that after your automation process, you must collect some key information points before the process is automated. So collect in the current structure of the system, the time per task, the cost per hour, the tasks that are completed per hour, tasks that one operator can complete, how many of them, and the current accuracy and error rate of the process. Of course, there are many other KPIs that you can collect, and we will not need to go to all of the style of the KPIs that are out there, but focus on the KPIs that can bring you the proof of the ROI, okay, the return of the investment. If you can prove at the end of your automation that process that you are automating make a real return on investment, you will have success on implementing that automation. The common pitfalls for process automation. So let's now see what are the common pitfalls that we can go through when we are automating some process with AI. Okay, first of all, we will see scale prices. As I told you before, some processes work well and they are cheap when we run on small scale. If we expand or if we scale that process, sometimes the price will overcome our customer expectation, so be aware of that. Daily quota, as I told you before, and these other points here we will look in more detail in the next slide. So we can have infinite loops, the controller, the agent that will validate the tasks and ask for other sub-agents, do subtasks, can always ask to sub-agents improve something, and maybe the sub-agents are not improving the results, and the controller, the orchestrator, goes to an infinite loop. This is a very bad situation because first your customer will see a very extreme latency on the process, so the task will take a lot of time to be completed, and also you can have a lot of cost derivative for this process, because if the controller agent, the orchestrator, keeps calling and calling again the LLM, the API, maybe you will be paying for tokens in each interaction. So this is a very dangerous situation. Take a lot of measurements to avoid this situation. And some simple ways to avoid this is use simple control interactions, like put a controller that a control variable that each time that the agent or the orchestrator pass through that loop, it will ask how many times the agent already passed for this loop, and you put some measurements that will circuit break it, will stop the process. Okay, you can also design to never do loops. So like the system that I showed you before, in that case, the orchestrator, the evaluator will never resend the information back to the subagents. All the answer that the orchestrator receive from the subagents, it will just simplify it and send back to the customer. It will not ask again to the subagent to do some tasks. This is other simple way to avoid loops, because on your structure you will not allow the process to go into the loops, okay? Or circuit breakers, you can have some flags or some other controller ways that you always stop the process if it iterates too much. You can put like a controller to not call a LLM from the same agent many times, and if that situation occurs, you will break the system, you will raise an exception, generate a log. But please be aware of this situation. This can be very dangerous, mostly if you are going for a process with large scale, where you will not be able to look individual agents and see how they are working and see if some of them are in loop or not. Hallucinations. Hallucinations is other dangerous thing. Hallucination is more easy because they are more simple to track during the development time. Why? Because if you do the prompt wrong, if you will not put enough information to the LLM do the process, hallucinations will occur to you right in the implementation phase. You will not have to deliver the system to then get only then get hallucinations. Like in this picture here, if you read the phrase penguins are now flying, hallucinations will occur when the LLM does not make reasonable links between the information that it are providing, and it usually happens when you use LLM as databases. Let me explain. When you send a prompt request, like let's consider the Sapphire English test as a sample. So the English test has some rules, some grammatic, some structure rules that must be followed when someone write the test. That rules must be followed. If I ask to LLM to validate that text writing, it do not provide the rules, the meaning, oh no, the LLM already know the rules, I must not give it. I will just ask, hey LLM, here are the texts, correct following the Sapphire rules. In this case, I will looking at the LLM as a database. I am thinking the LLM already has this information, so it must consider the text that I'm providing based on the previous knowledge. This is a very, very common mistake, and we must avoid it at all costs. LLMs are not databases, so we must always provide all the information that the LLM needs to answer the question that we are proposing, right? Even if we know that the information that we are asking to the LLM is on the knowledge base. Even so, if you do not provide the information, the LLM can hallucinate on the answer. Think as they are just processing routines where we must provide the information that they need to feel they need to use to answer the question that we are proposing. If you do not give the information, you will have great chance that the LLM will hallucinate. Many LLMs now hallucinate much less than the previous version, like Gemini 3, GPT-5. They hallucinate very, the hallucination rate from them is very low, but even so, even for those, the LLMs, they can hallucinate if you do not provide the right information. And the latency. Latency is very frustrating for the user point of view, because LLM will do many tasks and will not give feedback to the user on what's going on, what task already is completed, what not. So this is not a critical aspect, but sometimes your user can be very frustrated, or even let your system away and use other solutions. So be aware of that, using the right model for the right task. So for simple tasks, fast models; for complex tasks, slow models. We have some tasks here that the LLM took an average 15 minutes to solve. So in that case, the latency is a very deep problem for us. But again, the user know that it will took that time, and we prepare the interface for dealing with this large waiting. So put the process in threads. Maybe you can do partial delivers, where one LLM will delegate the most deep process to a sub-agent, and this controller LLM will keeping feedback the screen on what is going on, how much time maybe we'll still have to finish the processing, so the user will not have the feeling that all is gone and the system is not answering anymore. And partial delivers, add other strategy, and if you could, you can do parallelism, call many sub-agents at once time, but sometimes it's not the case. You will not be able to overlapping or just break the task in many subtasks, and you will not have other option than wait. For all other situations, try to avoid and reduce the expectation time from the user to not make the latency a very large problem for your solution, okay? So the takeaways, in the AI era, usually I will give you some Excel sheets or some diagrams, but in AI era, I will give you some template prompts where you can use this kind of prompt we use here at Ivra Solutions to generate the documentations and the task templates, to list exactly the KPIs that we must observe in certain processes, and do the ROI calculator for us. So I put here some of the prompts that we use. You can have it, we will share with you, and of course this is just the template. You can change it, you can just use as expiration, or you can use it as it is. I ensure you that it will fit well at your process. And the last one is for diagrams. People love diagrams, so please use this solution. For many LLMs, it's very easy to draw very precise and very good diagrams. So use this feature, use this ability of LLMs to make your users see more clearly what you are drawing, the process that you are automating, the paths that your system are going. Even for you will be better to see all in the visual aspects, all in visual representations. Other tip is many of our customers now are drawing static web pages with the process with the diagrams with interactive shapes, so you can even play with the boxes, see how the processes are going and which step is highlighting in which phase of the system automation. So use diagrams. Here are another template of how you can create them. It's another great option when you are automating. And with all of that, I will thank you a lot to Ian, to Embarcadero, to Marta for this time, and mostly for you, for your attention. Here we have my contacts. You can email me, you can go to my company website, and all the samples, this PPT and the prompts will be in this GitHub, but you can always contact me if you have any doubt or any other points. And I will be here to answer the Q&A at the CodeRage session. So really thank you. Bye.
Well, wasn't that great? Dion and I were discussing in the background the sanity of actually doing 4 sessions and how his voice is sounding. How's your voice? Good?
Good.
Yeah, it sounds okay. You don't sound like too gravelly yet. It's going to get there. Yeah, it's a great session. I mean, you had quite a lot of good feedback as well. But many people stuck it out, and that doesn't always happen with kind of purely technical descriptions. You sometimes get people leave things like that. But this one was. Thank you very much, Dion. You've given us a lot of food for thought. Yeah, and Esico6 said, "Thank you for a good explanation, Dion. Also, very good cautionary advice." Yeah, exactly. You know, it's be careful, I think, is the answer. And one person who's asked 2 questions, kind of the same question. I don't know whether you know, this is more of a statement. They're saying providing such services is dangerous from a legal perspective. You must have a great lawyer to make a user agreement to avoid court claims. And then they said, how do you solve the possible legal jeopardy in your service? I don't know about that. I mean, you know, sharing private requests between multiple AI agents may share it with the wrong agent or person unintentionally. I don't know that I agree with that. I mean, I think that a lot of these services go out of their way to tell you what they do and don't share. Is that true?
And yes, we separate for each customer of ours. There are their own server, their own API keys to call the LLM, so it never cross information. It is never exposed. It's interesting to look out like the last session about the source code. Well, not all the source code will be LLMs. We will not put all our source code there. We will not put all our customer information on the LLM. Sometimes we have redrawn the process to avoid send some information. Like, we have some customer information. You data, only put your real question without a name for that process, but we do it here. And only send the question without saying this is that company, here is their social number.
Right.
And so we avoid this kind of, because last week I think OpenAI has lost some data. They send emails to many users. It will happen. It's more on us developer to try to avoid that.
Yeah, and I think actually a lot of these systems as well, the law has got to catch up with the technology because the technology is moving so fast. I think the law is struggling a little bit to keep up. That's why it's always funny when you see government people in the United States or even in the UK where there's some guy who's like, I don't want to be ageist because I'm not that young myself, but some guy who clearly has no idea what he's doing, asking Mark Zuckerberg questions about the social graph. Mr. Zuckerberg, and you think, what are you doing? You should get someone who actually is an expert asking the question. Now, I'm sure they get advisors and things like that, But can you imagine, calling in, OpenAI boffins, like scientists, and trying to be a lawyer or a politician or something, asking questions? You've got no chance, no chance. I mean, that's the problem, really, that it's a new frontier and mistakes are going to be made. And I think that many people will try and do something about it. But people like OpenAI with ChatGPT and obviously Copilot for Microsoft and all the others, the problem is theirs a lot of the time because they have to solve that problem too, and they've got all the big bucks. But yeah, it's a risk. I mean, it's not one that you can really ignore, I think, but at the same time, it's good. Einstein 867, who I know who he is a good guy actually. Impressive, interrogative, I think he's trying to say, and inspiring. And he's one of our. I think he's an MVP now. I forget Sylvain. I think his name is. But anyway, he's always on the webinars, and he lives in Europe, so he's up quite late because it's like 10 o'clock at night over there. So he's in France. But yeah, thank you. I'm glad he likes that. I want to call out, this is not specifically about you, but if I don't say it now, I'll be annoyed. Someone here, and this user said, being a student here at Texas A&M University, I get a certain level of ChatGPT for free. So there's that. Now, I just want to point out, right? Okay, this is not a A&M University one, so they'll hate me. It's a TCU hat. But I did mention this to them and they didn't reply, so I probably freaked them out. But at Texas A&M, for those of you that don't know, is practically on my doorstep. It's a town or city called College Station. And we really want, Embarcadero being we really want colleges and college students in particular to try and engage with us. If you're at a college in the United States or even in Brazil, because God knows, Landerson Gomez, he's a hero, isn't he? But Brazil or France, or yeah, we all love Landerson. He's a great guy. But when I was coming to Brazil, I had a little gift for him as well, which I couldn't send, but I'll give it to him next time I see him. But if you're at a college and I'm not joking, email me at my email address, because we will go out of our way to try and get people to, use Delphi and teach Delphi in colleges and schools and things like that, because you're a young guy, okay? But that's because you're Brazilian, and Brazil is full of so many really good educational programs that teach Delphi and AI. I guarantee, I said this when I was at the last Brazilian user conference. I said Sao Paulo and actually the whole of Brazil is the new Silicon Valley, and I mean that. I really think that the advantage, which is your disadvantage culturally, is that the economy is suppressed in comparison to a horribly rich and overfed country like the United States. But that actually is an advantage for you, because it means all that top talent that you have in your country can compete on a very effective basis financially with some of the more expensive Western countries. I don't know why people don't outsource more to Brazil, because you guys, you're all awesome. I've yet to meet a bad Brazilian developer. You all know what you're doing, and certainly when it comes to Delphi, there's thousands of you to choose from. So it's Einstein says he's not alone in France. No, that's true. You're not. I mean, obviously Patrick is there in France as well. Oh, and Melvin says Gigam. Yeah, dude. Now, see, you won't know what that means, but I know what you mean. Gigam. It's a university kind of cheer 'em on Aggies phrase as well. It'll mean nothing to anybody if you're not a Texan. It's probably, you're like, what's he talking about? But dude, I'm serious. Melvin, email me, dude. And sorry, but I will find my A&M hat. I do have one. But email me. We can do stuff for people at colleges. and I will make it happen. You know, I can't promise we'll give you free cars or anything, but we can certainly help encourage it. There is an example in front of you now of Dion. He runs his own company, and there's the website up in the top right-hand corner. He has all sorts of friends as well who are of a similar age group. But if you go to, say, somewhere like Germany, there's a lot of guys that look like me, and particularly in the United States, a lot of guys look like me. And I want to reverse that trend and copy what Brazil does, because you guys are like a sausage factory for good developers. You churn them out, and the reason is you teach at college. You know, you teach at school. That's right. Did you learn Delphi in college, or?
No, I learned from the old Borland official scholar center. So there was very good courses that I did. Now in Embarcadero, I think there is no courses, or it's more on each person giving courses, right?
It's at Embarcadero Academy, but yeah, I mean, Landerson's doing some stuff in Brazil still, and he's some of what he's doing is being replicated in Germany. Germany have started teaching again. I know there's someone at Brown's University. Americans will know that's a big place, and actually at Carnegie Mellon, which is a very famous university. I had someone the other day mentioning that they were using Delphi there. And I'm trying to spread it into colleges. And if people contact me and email me, gig 'em, I will do what I can to try and make sure that that happens.
Nice.
But even if you're not teaching it, if you're using it, we will help, because I want it used in colleges. Now, if you've got a business, and that's different, you know, but it's good. It's
But
good.
yeah,
Now, Dion,
Delphi is so learned. You talked before about Python, Delphi, but for one that Delphi was my first language, and I think it's so amazing to learn. I see many of my students didn't learn C. They simple can understand it, and Delphi is so simple to teach. I think that is amazing job if you could do it and really bring, because they will learn programming much faster with Delphi and Pascal.
Well, actually, that's one of the arguments. I mean, South Africa, for example, teaches it in school, not as much as they used to. But the reason they're always fighting against fashion. It's not fashionable. Delphi, it's Pascal, but it really bugs me when you see these charts of languages, and Delphi is now number 8 out of the top 10. 8. It was 11, and before that it was 17, right? And so it is moving up now. I get it. You know, it means nothing, but it means everything. But the point is, someone was saying, well, it's amazing how these dinosaur languages are getting more well used and well known. Wait a minute. In that top 10, Delphi was the number 4 newest language. 6 of them were older than Delphi. You know, JavaScript is older than Delphi.
Very
and
old.
Python is older. C is definitely older. And that's what people forget, that they say, oh, Delphi this, Delphi that. You just prejudiced, because if you knew the facts, you would never say that. Yeah, okay, there are some languages that C#, for example, that's got, obviously it's newer because it's the same guy that invented that, and TypeScript is newer, again the same guy. If he thought that C# was that great, why did he invent TypeScript? See. But I'm joking. I mean, there were good reasons why I chose TypeScript, but TypeScript was fixing the problems with JavaScript.
Yes.
But I mean, I'm not a fool. You know, we'll never be number 1 unless I find a way to poison every single C# and C programmer in the world. And I think I'm probably not going to do that in order to get number 1.
Maybe changing because technology is evolving. Like we see, machine learning is also not a new thing. Machine learning has been here for many years, and that now it comes. NoSQL, the first databases are NoSQL. Then now they come back. So Delphi will be the next
Stop what?
Yeah. And actually, the funny thing is, if you use AI, and you showed some very, I mean, what was impressive that you really did highlight the whole principle of security. As someone said, oh, it's like a man in the middle thing, but you made it clear how you can avoid those kind of problems as well. And oh, Melvin says he's an old graduate student and he's now doing electrical engineering PhD, working to become a professor. Dude, come on, you're going to be a professor, and you like Delphi? Come on, yeah, okay, it's good. You'd be surprised how many are out there, but. The problem, as he said, the problem is that in academia, Python is used because it's so simple and it's free. And the tremendous amount of libraries out there make it get one's work done easy. Yeah, I get it, okay? But there is a C version and there are free versions of Pascal. If we can't convince you to use Delphi, then I would rather you use free Pascal than nothing. If you go to Python, don't do it. Be nice to your friends. You know, use Object Pascal. And I mean, I don't believe that people that choose Lazarus and Free Pascal are necessarily going to go away from Delphi because it has its own strengths. You know, and Rad Studio has got its own strengths as well. But choosing, yeah, Python, I get it. I mean, for certain use cases, but who's going to write a big commercial application in Python? No, it's not. It's not likely. But if you want to write
to you to run a application, to see the button and click and see the action, it's other kind of stuff. It's not a just black terminal or a very complex. We have done some Python executable things. They not work well. I love Python, but it has its strength on the other side. For teaching, for first impression for someone that's learning programming, it's amazing. Delphi is a way. It has the program as well. For students is more cheaper, right? I think that is
P4D, and then there's also Python for Delphi, and there's also some GUI libraries as well, Delphi FMX and Delphi VCL. I actually get involved in managing those projects, so I'm a little bit biased. But yeah, I mean, there's PyScripter as well, which we help sponsor, and he's brilliant, the guy that works on PyScript.
Very nice.
Someone saying Python is a snake. Yes, we know Python's a snake, very good, but it's also a programming language. But I totally get it. And I would never say to people, oh, Python's bad. No, it's not. What I'm saying is, for certain use cases, it's not the best choice. The same way that for certain use cases, Delphi might not be the best choice. I'm not saying that Delphi is always the answer. I'm saying that Delphi is mostly the answer. And that's because I understand what it can do. And he's saying, I work on DOE projects where apps are being developed in Python. I work on GMD and EMP related issues. Wow, that's some pretty crazy stuff you're involved in there, Melvin. Yeah, well, you know, if you can in any way convince people also to consider Delphi or C++, then, you know, get in touch, because I'm happy to help. And we're not trying to say don't use Python. You know, I'm really not. And
I think
saying,
many companies nowadays are not even putting the language on the developer vacancies, because we need, usually now we need developers. We don't need a Delphi developer, because part will be in JavaScript, part will be part of the source will be in Delphi, part will be in Python. So they know basically all the languages. It's very difficult. I know that it's still some people that just run one language, but the reality that we see is usually we have to deal with a lot, like SQL, web interfaces, like web stencils now we have. So it's very straight vision to only see one language and not the other.
I think it's funny, this commentator, I can't pronounce his name because it's a glyph, but Python has a big ecosystem for developing background services, and Free Pascal Delphi have a bit of a gap in it. No, absolutely not. I mean, there are lots of microservices that are written in Delphi, and in the United States, all of the advertising that's delivered, or majority of it that's delivered, is all microservice driven. There's no GUI interface, but they will give you advertising local to where you live. So, you know, when they're talking about a shoe shop or a food shop or a bar or something, it is very local. They will advertise a bar up the road from me, and they use Delphi to do that. It's a big company that specializes in that. And it's all microservices. There's no big GUI interface for Delphi. It's all, and the reason they use that is because it creates very, very small applications that are very stable, run, keep running, and are resistant to upgrading your operating system. It doesn't matter; it'll keep working. So, yeah, it's. I'm not saying that. Like I say, I'm not saying Python's bad. I'm just saying that there are good reasons to choose Delphi as well. And I wouldn't be the developer advocate if I didn't think that. True, and you wouldn't be an MVP if you didn't think that. So, oh, your video's frozen a bit there. So, I think the AI man in the middle has attacked him. Melvin says he's trying as well. He's still there. Dion, no, he's coming back. He's disconnecting and reconnecting. I guess the AI has wiped him out. He's had enough of him and gone, and that's it. Also supporting. Oh, he's back, I think. Let's see. Here he is. The AI was censoring you. Yeah, it is what it is. So, is your mic muted? I don't think it is. I can't actually hear you. Say something like, I don't know.
You heard?
Bon dia.
Now?
Yeah, now we can
Bon
hear you.
dia.
There you go. I
I'm
learned
back.
to say what was it? Oh, no, I can't believe it. I practiced a Brazilian phrase the other day. It's gone. I can't remember what it was, but it was just like every time I see someone on Instagram,
The only one that you need to know is preciso de uma caipirinha.
Yes.
Just
now I understand that. Yeah, caipirinha, very good. Yeah, I don't want to encourage anybody watching this to be drinking caipirinhas, but all I can say is they are very delicious. Yeah, they're amazing drinks. Yeah, I can tell you a bit of a story about that, but I won't do it on air. But yeah, I blame Embarcadero Brazil completely. They're like, hey, let's go to have a meal, and yeah, within 20 minutes, people were dancing on the tables. Brazil knows how to party. My word, they don't mess about. Okay, all right. Well, yeah, it's as yeah, Ian, absolutely yes. Networking is a pain for Free Pascal and Delphi. Again, I mean, I've written a lot of that stuff. I get it. I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm just saying that I didn't find a problem with networking. I you know, I did a lot of it, and I came up at one of the projects I worked on. They had a .NET endpoint, and I had to write a service to serve up data to it. And this was at scale. This was like 4.5 million transactions a day that was going up via this endpoint. And I had to throttle the Delphi program. I had to slow it down artificially so that the .NET program could keep up. And I know it was written by a senior developer, but I don't know whether they wrote badly or whether it was just unfortunate. Maybe their server was under power. But we kept having to slow the Delphi program down so that they could keep up. It was hilarious. They kept saying, "What did you write this in?" I said Delphi. They're like, "What?" Well, yeah, it's
don't even know.
But I get it. I mean, yeah, he's saying I'm trying to push Embarcadero to see where they can improve the customer's experience. I absolutely agree. And email me, and email me and tell me this as well, because I'm not a fool. I know we've got gaps. Who hasn't? But I also believe that sometimes it may be that there is a gap that people think there is, but actually my experience is the other way around, and I can show people how to overcome that gap. I don't have all the answers, so and people say, Melvin and I kind of disagree, but he says, I don't understand why people program it in an interpreted language. But hey, it is what real programmers is why real programmers will always have jobs. Yes, what he means is real programmers are people that aren't using interpreted language. Well, I probably disagree with that interpretation, but yes, us older people. I've been doing it for 40 years and I'm still employed, which is a miracle. So I guess maybe it proves the point. I don't know. Anyway, kind of got off the subject of AI. So look, Dion, I want to thank you for the amount of effort you put in. 4 sessions. You are completely crazy, but also, you know, you're a star as well in the amount of effort you put in and the quality of what you put in as well. Your presentations are great. I hope you used AI to help you with some of these things, because I'm sure you did, running an AI company. But those of you that want to know, go to his website. It's over that way. I'll point in that direction, I think. Yeah, like that. It's up in the top right-hand corner of the screen. That's it. See, in the top right-hand corner of the screen. But you're back again. Is it tomorrow?
Tomorrow.
Yes. Is that what, number 3? And you've got a 4th one on the day after that as well. Boy, oh boy.
Yeah. Yes,
Well,
yeah. We talk, we use all these sessions that I try to bring to this event is to share with Delphi community what we are using. And we think as Embarcadero also, I see that things that AI will change a lot of stuff, so we must keep on top of that. And as you can see, we are not selling our product on these sessions. I really try to share with you experience from the field on applying AI. That what
there's
we
no
will
shame
see.
in selling your product during the sessions, because that's the gift you get from putting in the effort. So don't worry about that. Someone just scan the QR code, so maybe someone will buy from me. You never know.
But this website will change. We are just a startup. We are changing our website. It will become an international website. So maybe in 2 weeks, the new version will be there. So if you go now, it's only in Portuguese, but we are growing. It's the
If they're
starting
using
phase.
Edge, they can hit a button and it will translate the whole lot. That's how I do it. So, yeah, I mean, I can read Portuguese to a certain degree. It's not that difficult, but it's a lot easier if I hit translate and it tells me everything in English. So, I don't know, you know. But you know, we must do some stuff in the future as well. You know, I'm planning some stuff in the new year. Not 4 sessions all at once, don't worry. But you know, you're always welcome back. You're a great speaker and a good guy. I know you, you know, outside of these kind of sessions as well. I met you and surprised some of your people in the past when you worked at a different company. But yeah, I think that was one of the funniest videos I ever recorded. Was, oh, I'll make you an MVP, and he's like, what? Everybody was cracking up on that. You got a stand, I think, or something as well. So yeah. All right. Well, thanks a lot. And Melvin's final saying is, I program in C++, well, which is doing everything the hard way, Melvin, I have to say. But do it in Delphi, it's a lot easier. But we'll probably do some Delphi coding in the next few months. Well done. I know you can't hear my clapping because of the noise cancellation. But Thomas Overby, who's his advisor, is a founder of Power World, which is a Delphi app. I've not heard of Power World, so there you go. There's another one crawling out from under the woodwork. People don't know. I can say this absolutely truthfully, but all of you watching this and all of you that are watching this on the replay, because there'll be a couple of thousand watch this on the replay, whoever you are, wherever you have probably interacted with a Delphi program today and you never knew. People say, oh, who uses Delphi? You do, and you don't know you're using it. You've been on a train, you've been on a bus, you've been to the airport, you've watched TV, you've been to a grocery store, you've had something delivered. You know, it's absolutely everywhere, but it works so solidly and doesn't crash that people don't notice, and they go, oh, it's legacy. Well, you know why it's old-fashioned? You know, some of these apps are like 10 years old. Nobody needed to update it. You know, why they're not like 15-year-old C# apps? Because they have to keep updating them, because every time Microsoft release a new version of Windows, the whole thing just goes zoink and stops working. It doesn't happen with Delphi. And I know it sounds like an excuse, but it's a fact. You can take a Delphi 7 program and open it. In fact, you can also almost open a Turbo Pascal program in Rad Studio 13 and it will work. I mean, probably not. You've probably got to do some changes with third-party controls, but yeah, it's too good for its own benefit. You know, it's all right. Well, I'm going to let you go because you're a bit ahead of me in time. It's like 20 to 7 your time, isn't it, or something like that? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Sometimes
nearly.
a
So,
bit
well, that's
more.
not too bad. Some of the people on here, it's been 3 o'clock in the morning. So, yeah. All right. Thanks a lot, Dion, and I'll talk to you again tomorrow. Thank you.
Thanks, Dion. Bye.
Cheers. Bye-bye. That was the wonderful Dion Mai, and his website is there in the. I can do it. I will be able to do it. There, I definitely recommend it. As he said, it's in Portuguese. If you've got a browser that can translate, click on the translate button because he's a hero. We're going to do a draw tomorrow, and we're probably going to draw several versions of the product. It doesn't matter when you register as long as it's before tomorrow morning, but you can keep register if you haven't registered already, and you will be able to. Sorry, let me just pull up the right graphic so that you can know where to go. Hold on just 1 second. But if you go to this URL, CodeRage.embarcadero.com, if it doesn't go to the right link, then you can also go to blogs.embarcadero.com/CodeRage-2025. And you go in there and click on sign up. And what will happen is I will get an email in the morning with a spreadsheet, and I will use the random generator. If you were watching earlier on, you'll know what that is. I use the Google random generator, and we will pick people at random from the list of names. And we'll do that until we've run out of sponsorship gifts. We've got some new ones come in. Nostich has offered some free licenses. Unidac has offered some free licenses. Mitoff Software has already offered some licenses, and DevArt has got some licenses as well. And also, if you are a student and you qualify, if you go to here, you can get a free copy of Delphi, a CE version. If you don't qualify, then you can get the trial and install the trial and try it out and see what we're talking about. I personally think it's a great product, and that's why I work for the company. I was a user before I became an employee, and I will not bother much with my criticism tomorrow. Oh, come on. Look, please criticize, please participate, good or bad, participate, because you should never be concerned about saying something that not upset me. I mean, don't be rude, but if you think there's something that you want to talk about. I love Pascal for 35 plus years already. Well, I'm glad. Turbo Pascal taught so many people to code, really, and that was with the beginnings. And if you saw David I yesterday, David I was involved in that. Turbo Pascal, he was there at the very beginning, and Jim McKeith, he's been he was on the other day as well, and he was involved in a lot of the Delphi stuff as well. And I try and carry that torch a little bit as well. But yeah, Pascal, there's a good reason to like it, and it's because it's good. It works. And I get it. There are lots of more. I'm busy tomorrow. I'm not going to upset you. You're fine. And catch us on the replay as well, because there are lots of replays around. Anyway, I'm going to call it a day for now. I will do the draw tomorrow. We've got a few gaps in the schedule tomorrow because someone couldn't make it and dropped out. But we've got sessions from Stephen Ball, Dr. Kevin Bond, who's a very smart guy, JP Mugas, who is probably there sitting in the background right now, unless he's gone to sleep. And Dion's back, and then Carlos Agnes as well is back, another Brazilian. They're everywhere, Brazilians. They're a great bunch of people. But anyway, until tomorrow, I'm going to leave you now. And like I said before, if you haven't already done it, register, and you should be able to have a chance of being one of these people that giveaways from our tech partners. Boyan Mitov. Hey, Boyan. Hello. How are you? Boyan's been super busy, which is why we've not had him on doing a session. But Boyan, we've already, I think, got some names for some of your stuff. We're doing a little bit at a time because you've given us so many free stuff that I couldn't sit there and do it all at once. So I'll be there for about an hour. But Boyan Mitav, and I will actually. Oh, there you go. I've got his website there. Go to mitov.com, mitov.com, and learn more about Boyan's stuff, because he's been extremely generous and given all sorts of licenses and stuff away. If you go to the CodeRage site, you'll see the details on there as well. We're going to put some graphics up to explain it and make it a bit prettier, because we had a problem with the blog on day one, which is what we're using, and they fixed it now. So now they're going to make it prettier and attract more people. But anyway, Boyan, thanks very much, and thanks to everybody else for watching. And I will see you again tomorrow at the same time, 10 a.m. or 4 p.m. UTC.